welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic Era Regional Tournament. I'm very excited for you guys to be back, very excited to get these games played. It's going to be a little bit of a shorter intro since y'all know who these people are, what they want to do. This is more just going to be a check-in on their headspace and a check-in on everyone's win-loss record so far. I hope you're all as excited as I am to get the next part of this tournament done. We'll get a lot of great matches set for the third round. Who knows what we're getting in the fourth round? Obviously, wins and losses dictate that. So, I don't think we should wait too much longer and hop into it. Coop's had a rough start and his chat's getting rowdy already, but that's okay. His stream is doing good numbers and he's enjoying his clowns. There's still time to turn this around. Yes, Coop's starting 0-2, which is not a great place to be in when you start a tournament, especially when you have one of the official streams, but that's okay. He'll work on getting it fixed and see if he can get any more wins. I'm sure he can. Belladonna. 2 losses so far, but Belladonna doesn't seem to feel so bad. The cat she fought in round 1 seemed a bit on edge, and then the world champion? It's been interesting. Yeah, Belladonna's not that worried about her win-loss record right now. She's more concerned with the fact that she's been facing particularly interesting people in her eyes. She's definitely up to something. I just don't know what yet. Mary. Frustrated by her first 2 rounds, she's looking to rebound. She's certain this is the only way she can find out what happened and needs to start winning sooner rather than later. Yeah, starting 0-2 is not a great place for you if you really feel like you need the win. So Mary's going to try and do her best to pull herself out of the hole, but there's a good chance she has to win the next 4 rounds to even have a shot at making it back in, so hopefully she can figure things out. Ada. This isn't right. Her deck should be winning. She's the princess. This isn't fair. She feels like she should be. 0-2 doesn't make any sense when you're the princess. She feels like her deck is better than this, and she's very, very frustrated. And she's making sure the people around her know. Unfortunately, that's what the bottom tables are like sometimes. Sometimes it's people just there to have a good time. Sometimes it's tryhards losing. Bob is having a great time. Bob has lost, but that's okay. Bob has been told it's not about winning, it's about the sandwiches you make along the way. Which is a very normal sentence, and I'm very proud that, at least Bob's having a good time, unlike the princess. Barry's been rash in her play so far. She knows this, but damn, she just wants to win. Hopefully she can figure out what to do. She realizes she's just trying to go too fast. She's not really thinking things out. Her deck isn't as well constructed, she's realizing at this point, but she knows if she can just get a win under her belt, she can refocus. So hopefully in the next round or 2, she can get it adjusted mentally. Corsal's had some tough matchups, but he's sure he can adjust. That guy from the second round was a bit of an ass, but whatever. Next round he has to face his boss, who he low-key thinks shouldn't be here today. Yeah, unfortunately facing Damon is not a great way to have a good time. And then he has to turn around and face his boss, who he's pretty sure is smurfing, but he can't prove it, so I guess we'll see. North is trying his best to keep up with the interviews. His opponents have been interesting so far and is looking forward to his next match. It looks like he'll be facing an actual princess. Yeah, I mean, he had Samir in round 2, and now he's going on to face Ada in round 3. So, once again, he's going to be looking to get just good interviews, which is only going to help him be able to branch out from his weather job. Maybe if he can win, he can even find even more interesting people to interview. I guess we'll see. Aiden was very happy to see little Skylar round 1. He's very happy to see so many people he knows doing so well. He's just being supportive of everyone. He doesn't seem that perturbed about losing. And he's just pleased that everyone's doing well, which is very nice of the shop owner, Nina's a little upset she lost 2 rounds in a row, but that's okay. Champions bounce back. Her Dino deck is strong, and so is she. Yeah, she's in the hole. That's okay. Not everybody starts on top. She believes she can get there, and honestly, I think it's bizarre to have her be 0-2. I think her deck is plenty strong, so, you know, just a couple of rounds and maybe she'll be right back where she needs to be. Cora. Cora just keeps losing. She's struggling, but she won't admit it. She nearly fell asleep in round 1 from her lack of sleep, but screw it. Case beat the opponent she's coming up against, so surely she could beat anyone he beat. That's right, Cora is coming up on someone Case has already beat, and we know Cora can beat Case, so she should just be able to do this and get back on track. Just focus up, Cora, and maybe relax a little? I don't know. I don't know what to say to people like this. June. June has been having a great time. These games feel like real fights, but unlike real fights, she's losing. She just has to overwhelm her next opponent to get on the right track. She's got a powerful deck. She's got a deck that hits hard. She's just losing. So she's just got to figure out what to do next, and she'll get there. I mean, these are big monsters. She's got the feast. She should be alright. Kagami. Kagami has lost, but that's okay. They just want to see what you are. Dart. Dart's been keeping an eye on the recruits, and they're almost all doing well. He was told not to message Rhea, so he's holding on. Any commanding officer would be proud. Yeah, everyone but Barry and Cora have at least 2 wins, so that's most of the squad is doing fantastic. A lot of them are 2-0. He knows he's not allowed to message Rhea right now. She's busy, but, you know, he's proud for... He knows she'll be proud of them, so as soon as he gets the okay, he's gonna let her know. Robin. Robin's proud of everyone so far. Barry's struggling, but she's newer compared to everyone else. He's still offering everyone support, even if Cora isn't accepting it. Yeah, Robin, 1-1. He's doing his best to be the moral support of the team, like he has been. And, he's still figuring out how to help out Barry, but that's okay. I mean, it's a big event. It's hard. You also have a hard time. I don't know if you've ever been to these events. Sometimes in between rounds, you don't even catch each other. So, rounds 3 and 4, hopefully he's still here to keep making sure everybody feels alright. And maybe he even gets some more wins himself. I mean, they're Harpies. This is a good deck. Caspian. That first person he faced seemed just as nervous as he was. That felt nice not to be the only one. So did Tay. It helps not to be alone in your emotion. Being 1-1 is also a relief. You know, he was worried he could have been 0-2 by now. That Kagami person seemed exactly as nervous as he was. Tay seemed nervous, so it's helping him bring his nerves down, I guess, you know. If everybody's nervous, maybe no one should be nervous. Maybe. Kalia. Kalia keeps risking going to time in her games, but that's okay. She's a patient player and ready for a long day. Kalia's 1-1, not that worried. Kalia plays long games. She's not worried. This is all part of her plan. She's got endurance. She's got snacks. She's ready to go. Shat Calico. Upon arriving, Shat started to get nervous. There's something in the air. He's looking over his shoulder between games, but at least there's an angel here. He feels like there are eyes on him. He's a criminal, so maybe he should be nervous, but he feels like there's something else. There's an angel here, so, you know, should be protection like there's always been. But he's still nervous, which maybe he should be. Renelle. Between matches, Renelle has been pausing time to look over the cards, and they're very interesting. She's already come to a conclusion. The cards have a field to stop anyone from using magic to cheat. It took being around this many people playing to figure it out. She's a time mage, but she hasn't been able to stop time because she's been playing the game. When she's not playing and enough other people aren't playing, her magic works. She's had to get enough people in one place to figure out that there's something about these cards that stops people from cheating. You have to just be good enough. It's a very interesting thing to find in here. Krim. Krim's been talking to players to advertise between rounds. Still here to work, and being 1-1 is great advertising so far. He just has to keep up winning with his pretty princesses. Krim's doing his job. He's won a game. He's talking to people. It's good. Overall, the shop isn't doing amazing so far, but if they can keep at least mostly winning, at least one of them can make it into top cut. Maybe they'll even do it better, you know? Amerigo. Who's that demon Amerigo had to fight in round 2? That was crazy. His deck was so good. He seemed to get some sort of energy out of her. He was just kind of hot. Amerigo won round 1, just like Krim. Lost round 2. I don't know. That Mikana guy was certainly something, wasn't he? Not many people get that sort of reaction out of Amerigo, so I guess we'll see. Normally she's just here to work, but maybe she's feeling an incentive to do better moving forward. Skylar. He was sad to already lose a game, but Skylar is just happy to play more. Of course, sitting down from the world champ is scary now. That's right, Skylar is getting Yukio in the next round, and he's got to figure that out. You know, he felt like his deck was good. Now he's just worried he's going to keep losing, which is not a bad worry when you're going up against the world champion in a tournament he shouldn't even be in. But I believe in the little guy. I think he's got the oomph. Angela's been feeling the energy. It's been getting her more excited. This is what drew her to the game. The Angel plans on keeping the energy up. I mean, she's normally very dour, but she's got this many excited people around her. It's getting her more excited. Good luck. Let's see what your Angels have. Maybe you can keep that energy all the way to the top cut. Bane. Bane's been more on the sidelines. He's used to going everywhere with Barry, and it's weird to see her with another group. That's okay though, she should thrive. He has 4 more rounds to focus on right now. You know, he's trying to, his best friend is hanging out with a different group right now, so he's just kind of vibing. He's just trying to get through today. You know, he has a whole important decision to make soon, but he can wait till after the tournament. They're here too, so clearly everyone's supposed to focus on that. Emery. Iatos feels right in Emery's hands so far. It's nice to have a card that brings you calm. Yeah. They like Iatos. Understandable. It's a cool card. It's a good card. Their deck feels complete with it. I'm just glad Emery feels good. Wallace. The deck has felt fun to play so far. Wallace is just focused on the next game. He wants to keep doing things the right way. Yeah, unlike his dad, he's not a criminal. He just wants to use his goblin deck and get as much done as possible. That's his focus. See if he can play a fair game, get all the way to the top. V. The Dryad is working their way into the event. They're not sure yet how much they'll accomplish, as the competition's already really fierce. They already lost round 1, they won round 2. They just have to adjust their expectations, adjust how they're feeling. See what they can figure out. Samir. Samir has already outperformed his expectations, getting a win in round 2 and even got an interview for local TV. He hopes the game will get people into the museum and learning. That's his main goal. He just wants people to learn. And, getting the interview with North has got to be a good way to do it. And he's got to win. It's better than a lot of people. Maybe if people see the cool Egyptian cards winning, they'll come see what he's about. Layla. First round versus Lola, what were the odds? She's so proud of her sister for winning 2 rounds. And she'll keep her awesome cool deck winning too. Let's go, Dunder Sisters. Yeah, Layla's hyped. I mean, Lola's 2-0, she's 1-1. They got to play each other for high stakes. She's having a great time. And she's sure Lola is as well. Tanya. After seeing Samir do so well, Tanya's heartened that they can both get results today. She continues to hope her current deck will rock her to the top. I mean, seeing someone else who loves to teach, 1-1, she's 1-1. Maybe one of them can sneak into the top cut. Maybe they both can. Maybe just the round 1 was a hiccup for both of them. Guess we'll find out. Mari. Mari isn't willing to give up the fight yet. They're looking to their fellow recruits to see if everyone has the spirit to continue. Even their newest ally, Barry, is still fighting, and Mari finds it inspiring. I mean, it's a long day. They're only 2 rounds in, but Barry isn't giving up at 0-2. No reason for anybody else to. So Mari's going to keep it up. Their previous champion. Surely they can get this done. 12. 12 has located his brother in the hall. but is yet to have the chance to challenge him. He hopes to get that chance, but there's only so much he can do. He will get his cards back. 12 has found his brother, hasn't got to play him, hopes to. We'll see. Yukio. Yukio is delighted to be allowed to play still. With the recognition, he's been dealing with fans between games, but that's alright. He's excited to bring joy and get games in for himself too. He's just here to have a good time. He's allowing everyone else to have a good time. It's great. He's sitting down with a kid of all people, so he gets to have, help the kid have a good time as well. Once again, as a reminder, no matter how well Yukio does, he's not allowed into Top Cut. Because again, this is a qualifier for a tournament to play against him. So, it should help that he was forced to forfeit round 1, but we'll see. I'm sure he's still going to do exceptionally with his hero deck. Quan. Quan has won 1 and already won a game. He feels great so far. His blocky cards are fun in between rounds. He even just plays around with his cards like toys. Yeah, Quan, he'll just, in between round 1 and 2 and 2 and 3, he'll just put his cards down on the table and play with them. I mean, he's just a kid. He's just having fun. And that's what it's really about. Just have a good time. Fira. Despite people seeming to think Fira's deck isn't very good, she seems to think she's doing well so far. A lot of people haven't even won yet, and her Fiend did. And Panay's doing great too, so they must be doing something right. I mean, between her and her little brother, they have 3 total wins. Big number good. Maybe Panay's right. Coriander. After the first round, Coriander's trying to make sure that doesn't keep happening. He's more intense than usual because he wants to make sure he's on top of his stuff before he leaves. I mean, Rhea has him set on a mission after Regionals is over, so he's trying to make sure he can win. So being 1-1 doesn't mean he can't, but he needs to be winning more than he loses, so that's his goal. His rock deck is very good. We know it is, so I don't doubt he turns it around. Damon. You would think Damon would be upset that he lost round 1, but he seems strangely fine with it. Almost like he was thinking about it the whole time. Did he throw round 1 to try and get an easier ride through Swiss? Would this man do that? Would he risk his spot that he's trying to earn by losing round 1? I don't know. He seems calm though. Baru. 2 wins in and Baru is on her way to make day 2. She's already feeling the stress, but if she loses from here, she really doesn't want to look forward to work if she doesn't make it. She's putting eggs in a basket, hoping for a league that may or may not even exist, but she just doesn't want to go back to work, especially if she fumbles the bag. Starting 2-0 is a great way to try and make Top Cut, but now she needs to keep that momentum up. The Wind Insect deck is nothing to mess around with, so I think she's going to do great, but we'll see what the cards have in store for her. Case. Case didn't feel great. He was gifted his first round on a technicality, but he did play against the champion, although it really did show the difference in skill. He could really tell Yukio was trying not to go too hard. Yukio's deck seems suboptimal, and Case should have lost that game, and he knows it. He should have lost that match, but he was given the win, so he's just going to hope that he can keep that momentum going and bounce back, and maybe he can earn his spot after that, I guess we'll find out. Tay. Nervous. She's nervous again. She's already near the top of the pack, and she's frantically texting Magnus. He seems to be asleep at the moment, however. I mean, after convincing her to come here, now he's just sleeping through her tournament. That's driving her nerves absolutely wild. 2-0's a great place to be, but I can tell you, at those top tables, the nerves can get to you, especially if you are a nervous person. Hopefully it doesn't cause her any wild misplays, anything like that. And hopefully she figures it out. Just calm down. Calm down. Lorelei. 2 wins in, and Lorelei hasn't had any crazy misplays, at least that she can remember. It helps that she could be around Lacey to be kept on track. Lacey knows Lorelai has memory problems, so when she's hanging out, she keeps Lorelai in check, which is good. Now that Lorelai is at 2 wins, she's got a good chance of continuing that streak, so I guess we'll see if the bunny can make it. Mikana was shocked to see he's actually at a higher table than Damon, who was the person to keep him out of the top in hell. He can't help but think that guy threw for easier Swiss rounds. Mikana's got the same suspicion as me. That Damon lost on purpose. Can't prove it. But if you lose to somebody in the top 4 of another round, and now you're above them, you only have really 2 options. They got unlucky, or they threw. Xiaoxing. She won. 2 matches. Xiaoxing is undefeated. She's been following up with Robin so far and wants to keep it going. She wants to make her family proud that she came out here. She hadn't won any games before this. Now she's 2-0. That's huge. Hopes that, just like everybody else in these 2-0 brackets, it's going to be harder battles that you've got to face, but, that's massive. Everyone's proud of her. She's proud of herself. Still 4 rounds to go, though. Mark. The Elf Knight deck is already doing amazing. He feels awesome because of it. Let's keep the train rolling. Mark already had undue confidence as it is. But this time he seems to have the plays to back it up. Deck feels good. Celtic Guardians feels good. Celtic Guard of Noble Arms. It's a strong card. Puts him in good positions. Let's see if those good positions continue. Leo. Does no one play cards that Leo drew? Sea Common? Uguchi? Caterpillar? No one appreciates art here. He's 2-0 with his beautiful Morinfen. No one seems to play anything he drew, which seems bizarre to him. All of his art's great. Why is no one playing it? They should just for the art. Panay. Boom, bam, pow. Keep it going. Stronger and faster is the only way to win. Big number, good. This kid's winning. Hard to argue. 13. This deck is incredible. People seem jealous, but that's the least of 13's concerns. 12 seems ready to strike, and he hopes he can take care of everything if his brother does make a move. He's 2-0. He's doing his job. He's just supposed to play like a normal person. His deck's very powerful, but he's still trying to keep an eye on 12. That's his real reason to be here, so I guess we'll see what 12 is up to. Lacey. Skylar's making his mom so proud so far, and now she's going to try and watch him face the champion. She asked her opponent if she can step away, and he agreed, although she is expected to face her elven opponent quickly. Lacey needs to face Mark next round, but Skylar's facing Yukio, so she's got to kind of figure out how to watch that game and take on this other deck, so she's going to be on a tight squeeze, but Mark's not going to rush her through the game. It's mainly the judges that are, so hopefully she can fit in both and win some games, Alex. Alex is shocked to find out they're undefeated. They upgraded their deck, yes, but they're surprised. Guess that means it's time to keep going. Alex is maybe the most surprised person that they are 2-0 so far. Maybe Robo Yarrow had untapped potential. Guess we'll see. There's still 4 more rounds to find that out, Lola's exhausted. Why is she winning? The day just started, so she's hoping to get an energy drink and hope it turns her mood up. At least if she was at the bottom tables, if she, slipped her, fell asleep and lost a round or something, it'd be okay, but since she's winning, she has to try hard, and she's so tired. She's maybe the only unwilling 2-0. Good luck, Lola. That's gonna wrap up all of our players for rounds 3 and 4. Yuna is still here, watching everyone compete, seeing who she's gonna be potentially facing. It's going to be a long tournament. Only rounds 3 and 4. Gonna have rounds 5 and 6 after that. I, for one, am excited. Let's get going. Welcome, everyone. It's time for round 3. I'm super excited to get into this. Got another 50 games to get through today. You're familiar with the characters at this point. Not a huge reason to wait. Let's jump into Tay versus Lola, see who hits 3-0. Here we go. Pac-Man versus Thunder. Very exciting. Tay getting to go first in the first game. It's going to be a huge way for her to set up. With the Royal Keeper and a Waboku. Good little setup here. That's just what can Lola do. We've seen her consistently get the twin-headed, so... Like I said, we've seen her consistently get the twin-headed. Nope, just banishing one for Luna the Light Spirit. Also has a twin-headed in hand, or has a Thunder Dragon in hand and no Poly or King of the Swamp. Not nearly as good. Using Royal Keeper's effect to try and be a little bit bigger. Diana, not Luna. Come on now. And already... Well, yeah, Royal Keeper can't go back down. It already did this turn. But that's okay. Yeah, may as well just chain the Waboku. Reborn to get the Diana. Okay, so this is actually going to beat the Royal Keeper at this point. Does she have anything else? Not attacking over the Royal Keeper for some reason. I don't know why she didn't do that. She went from winning to just... Oh, because of the Waboku. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. No, that was bound to happen. Okay. Dark Hole huge for cleanup. Can Lola get anything going here? No, we know those are 2 Thunder Dragons in hand, and could be a Makiyu, could be anything. Tay has kept complete control of this game. Now it's just a matter of, can Lola get anything going? No. Yeah, with the Stealth Bird. Yeah, the Stealth Bird's going to be enough burn. I don't think Lola has any way to clear that out now that it's face down, so... Nope, I think we are going to game 2. Yep. You ever just drop a bunch of bugs in a hole? 1000 burn, heading off to game 2. Now it'll be a matter of seeing if Lola can bounce back from this. She's had a really good start, so it's not like it's a huge fumble. This time, Lola making Tay go second. Good for a couple reasons. Forcing this slower deck to have to take an extra turn to set up, and a combination of potentially setting up herself. Once again, opening with a Thunder Dragon. Does she add 2 to hand this time? She does. Okay. Diana and Thunder Nyan Nyan. Oof. You can't really expect the double fissure. Nothing wrong with Lola's play there, just happening to end up like that. With the Waboku back up in case anything can get over the Royal Keeper. Okay, well, Mountain's going to change a lot of math. But it's going to be whatever Lola draws here, because if that Swarm of Scarabs goes down, Nyan Nyan's going to want to attack the Royal Keeper. least this time it's kept alive, so this may actually keep the Swarm of Scarabs up for sure. Not gonna go Stealth Bird, I imagine. Choosing to crash with Diana. No, this actually may be huge here for Tay. As long as Lola doesn't draw anything that beats Swarm of Scarabs would be... Yeah, okay, Rye Rider's gonna do it. It was worth a decent shot. Lola had ways to not draw there that could have gotten that Swarm of Scarabs going. Okay, well. Are we going to see a tribute summon? Are we going to see a summon of some sort? Yep, going to see the tribute summon. Lola may have just lost twin-headed access. There's one in the grave and one banished, but... Grave Oja for 16, very, very big. Once again, Lola bricked. We know there's a Thunder Dragon in hand, but absolutely no monsters. Hurts. Is this when we're finally going to see Lola's first loss? Getting 2-0'd? That might be the case. Wandering Mommy for 300 burn off the Grave Oja, and that's it. We're going to see a 2-0 from Tay here. 3-0 is a really good way to get you into the final bracket. With that, Tay with the 2-0. Keeping things going. Lola not out of this by any means. 2-1 in 3 rounds is still good. Here, I think, is maybe the most unexpected 2-0 versus 2-0 matchup. Alex versus Leo. Let's see how this one goes. Alex, currently undefeated. Leo, trying to show off his art. And Alex getting to go second. Not a bad opener from Alex here. MST. Overdrive, not a bad opener. Which gonna allow a search for Morinfen here? No, choosing to get your Ronzo. Normally goes for the Morinfen, so Leo taking a different tactic this game. Part of that tactic is going to be Swords of Revealing Light. This may really, really give time for Alex to get something set, however. Oh, the Tribute Summon into the Morinfen, getting to search, getting a Grappler. Okay. Morinfen can almost contend. Leo just needs to draw into a Lucky Iron Axe, some sort of backup spell. He's baiting here. I think we're going to see something really, really dangerous coming out here. Alex may be overextending into something. Well, getting the Super Robo Lady, but that's... Maybe Alex hoping that they are also baiting Leo into something. But I don't know. Got huge Mirror Force vibes happening here. Trap hole for the Overdrive. No. Sakuretsu. But that's just going to allow a search here for the Roboyaru. Leo able to get a DD trainer, as it is level 1. Alright, all of that just to lead to a little bit of damage, but That if that's the DD trainer down, that's going to hold the board here for Leo. At least until a Gaia Power gets on board. The longer this goes, the better the trap setup becomes for Leo here. Getting another search. Uranzo. Okay. Who's not the best defense, but that's okay. Alex could just really use a field spell pretty immediately. Could also hypothetically use a Poly and a Robo Lady to get the Super Robo Yaru, but it's the C common. Again, no losing Cybernetic Zone. No big traps from Leo here, but Alex or Leo are gonna draw something soon that's gonna end this stalemate. Another Emissary of the Afterlife would have been good. 100 damage bouncing off the Griffor. That Feather Duster's gonna be way too early, unfortunately. Now I'm extra worried about Leo getting a hold of Mirror Force here. Still nothing, still just setting and passing. The AI not willing to Dark Hole here. Maybe that works, maybe the AI's just going to keep waiting for the field spell to come in. However, Leo getting 2 cards deeper. Choosing to go with Morinfen. No lucky Iron Axe, unfortunately. Just opened himself up to a little bit of damage here. Still, that DD trainer is going to keep holding the board. Alex just not drawing anything they need. They've got removal spells. They've got removal spells, field spells. They've probably got a good 6-7 ways in the deck to get rid of this. 5 to 7 ways to get rid of this DD trainer. There we go. Now is it too late? It is. Two Robo Ladies, 2 Robo Yarus in hand, a double DD trainer on the other side. I expect a Dark Hole here. No, not choosing to Dark Hole yet. Into the Morinfen, which thanks to the decrease on Gaia Power's defense, gonna put them behind, but 1400 attack Roboyaru. Are you gonna swords here? Nope, just gonna hope 1400 attack holds the board. Now down to Roboyaru. And down a field spell and an MST. Or Cybernetic Zone. Okay, at least leaving a fusion's worth of Robos in hand. Ooh, Leo might actually deck here. Oh, there we go. You can see the... No. Instead of going for the Super Robo-Yaru to clear the board, Alex is going to go for Paracycloid to start getting in directly. Maybe not a bad choice. Another way to put some sort of endpoint on this game. AI knows it's out of Robos here. Not going to bother with the Enchanted Fitting Room. Theo forced to Dark Hole. However, Alex, I believe, still is going to have monsters in deck. Yep, Oni Tank. Does Leo draw anything here for defense? No. Now, can Alex draw a KO? Unfortunately, no. That's going to give Leo one more turn. But I do not like his chances. That's it. Game 1 is going to Alex. Nine to 6 cards left in deck. Going to Game 2. Leo fought hard on that one. Alex continuing their winning ways. Now, however, Leo choosing to go first. Just a grappler and a couple of face downs. Interesting. Choosing to go Overdrive and Super Robo Lady. And it works out for them, already knocking Leo down to 5,500. And the fusion weapon. Another 37. Leo has one turn to get out of this. Now that face down might keep him alive here. Nope, not with the Gaia power. Even a DD trainer now doesn't do it. And a clean 2-0 from Alex here, joining Tay in the 3-0 bracket. You asked me at the beginning of this who to put my money on. I never would have said Alex, but here we go. With that, Alex with the 2-0 over Leo. Crazy. Meaning our next match, Panay versus Xiaoxing. Okay, let's do it. We've got two decks throwing haymakers here. Panay going first in game 1. I wonder whose decision that was. Both decks would quite like to attack first. However, Panay, a good opening hand for going first here. TT if things get sticky, Giant Germ if they don't. I do think the better plan would have just been to let Giant Germ die, establish the Zoa here, but that isn't what Panay's about, I guess. He's just about getting in there. Snakehair losing to the Metallic Mystic Tomato. And gonna get it for another 1,700. Absolutely wild game so far. And A's just been able to hold this board. Dakuichi going to get a Snakehair Alrighty. Xiaoxing have a turnaround here. The answer's kind of in Dragon Zombie. Unfortunately, the Metal Morph's gonna bump that up to 900 damage. There's at least a Snake Hair in hand, but... oh, this is a way to do it. Get into the Nine-Tailed Fox. As long as there's no monster drawn here from Panay. There wasn't. These Fox tokens gonna hold the board. Now this is where this big recursive boss monster starts getting so tricky here. Not choosing to run into the Newdoria, however. Again, only able to clear one of these Fox tokens. Means as long as Xiaoxing summons here. Yep, another Decayed Commander, another Nine-Tailed Fox. We know Xiaoxing has at least one more monster in hand. So, gonna be the same position again. Just the continued cycle of knock it down to one token, then come back from there. But worse this time, getting to keep the Nine-Tailed Fox. At least Panay has swords to stall here. What can he get? I'm not sure I love that play. AI sacrificing a Nine-Tailed Fox for a Nine-Tailed Fox. That's one thing about the AI, sometimes they see a way to special summon and just do it. Oh, going for the poly. Mammoth, or Zombie Dragon and Snake Hair going into the Great Mammoth now. Alright, well, as long as the AI doesn't do that to the two monsters on board. Alright, imagine the board presence Xiaoxing would have otherwise. Unfortunately, the two Fox tokens again remaining for Xiaoxing here. Any monster? That'll be enough. Xiaoxing taking game one. Panay trying to keep it close there. But again, a recursive boss monster is just hard to deal with. Panay choosing to go second to try and get the first attack in. See if it works out for him. Well, Dark Effigy and Zoa are going to be a fine combo to start with. Unfortunately, the AI not forward thinking enough to think to save the Reborn in case the Effigy dies, but that's alright. Getting in a good 3,100 here on Xiaoxing. Are we going into a Zoa here? Nope, just going into another effigy. Zombie Tiger getting to hold the board for a little bit. Nine-tailed fox would normally be really good. Unfortunately, that is the Zoa in hand, and each of those dark effigies count as 2 tributes. Now I'm afraid the AI may want to get Xiaoxing in some sort of loop here. Yeah. Not choosing to go for the damage, probably good. I mean, into the Metal Zoa, normal summoning to Dekuichi when you would have probably liked the draw better in all honesty, but a second nine-tailed fox. Again, the 800. Now, she's got to find a way to beat Metal Zoa, which is not easy. That's why it's a boss monster all its own. Here that's really good, limiting, there wasn't enough space for 2 tokens to go. So absolutely the correct attack order. And unfortunately when it comes to trading 800 for 800, you're going to lose this exchange, Xiaoxing. Feather dusting away the back row. Okay, normal summoning the King of the Swamp. So you can poly for the Great Mammoth. Still not going to get you ahead enough on damage. I mean, I see the vision. Here's the question. How crazy is Panay willing to get with this new Doria? Oh, that'll actually work out pretty good. I expect the Great Mammoth to run into it here. Yep. Choosing to leave all of the walls in, not a bad call. Now is when Panay starts to slowly take control until Xiaoxing can draw some sort of spell. Okay. This is still not out of the woods on either side. Yep, Dekuichi 1400. Does Xiaoxing have anything to stem the bleeding here? Are we going to game 3? The answer is maybe. Is it a Pyramid Turtle? Decayed Commanders, 1500 defense, that works too. However, if she doesn't kill something here, we're seeing... yep, that's game. Would have needed a back row. Ooh, instead... That allows easier access to the Zoa. And with that, we go to game 3. Xiaoxing fighting. But this boy is not giving up. First game 3 of the second round. This time Xiaoxing choosing to go first. Interesting. Looked at Panay's strategy and decided to let him have it. Not a T-set's not horrible. Just choosing to go Dark Effigy. Now the Nine-Tailed Fox is in rotation, kind of. I actually expect to see it on Panay's board here. Yeah. Not good for Xiaoxing here at all. Unless there's a Nine-Tailed Fox in hand. No, this is a huge swing here. Could that Monster Reborn be it for Xiaoxing? A grip full of cards she can't use. She doesn't even have that many that don't work. Honestly, I'm thinking through her deck list. I don't even know how she can have 4 total bricks. It's ugly, but it's a way to get there. Oh, as long as that face-down monster doesn't have good defense. Or doesn't have low defense. And it does. Panay sees the out. Xiaoxing losing game 3. Panay and Metalmorph moving to the undefeated side of the bracket. Okay. Xiaoxing into Panay twice. For me, a very surprising result for a couple of reasons. One, in my testing, Panay's never done this well, and a peek behind the curtain. I've done this whole tournament privately before. Xiaoxing won it. So her being 2-1 right now is crazy to me. But we're in a completely different world now, and this world has Mikana versus Lorelei. Ashened and Rituals. Let's check it out. Mikana getting to go first. Definitely not bad for his game at all. Molten Zombie, not a bad opener. Getting the Garma Sword. Really strong opener from Lorelei here. You have to think, okay, now if this is how she's opening, where can she continue? Yeah, the TT goes off, but oh well. Mikana's got the Darkhold, so actually Mikana, I think, went from a decent position to a very good one very quickly. Priestess, searching hero. Well, at least we know Mikana's out to Ib next, or that's not Ib, that's Chosen, but chosen by the World Chalice? Crowned. Oh, using performance to get... We're using Garma to get performance. Not amazing, but it does clear the board. If you attacked in a different order. Oh, you couldn't attack the Solar Flare. Okay, yeah. Nope, still didn't make sense to attack in that order. Now Thing in the Crater, getting out the hero. Lorelei not in an amazing spot here at all. Stops the burn at least. With the Dark Hole backup in case anything goes wrong. I don't see Mikina losing this game one. And the downside of running a Ritual deck is a lot of bricks. Bonfire for Spearhead. And that is going to be 11 turns in. Game 1 for Mikina. Lorelei definitely tried her best there. Sometimes you're just not put in a position to win. This time, however, she's going first. Oh, Lorelei went second. I can read. Having to TT here is not great for Mikina. Obviously, no Thing in the Crater proc. However, Lorelei getting nothing here after the Senju. It's definitely going to give him time with the swords here. Lorelei capable of pressure, but again, this bricky nature of rituals definitely coming back to bite her, I think. Solar Flare getting trap hold. Lorelei's board at least growing here. And that widespread could do some work. There we go. A good use of instant fusion here. Getting out the Cherubin for the tribute summon of Twin-Headed Fire Dragon. Morphic Jar going for a fresh new hand here. Are we going to see the Garma Sword? We are. Two Chosen and a Witch for the Garma Sword. And getting to fissure away the monster. Definitely not out of the woods is either side, but a fresh hand is always good. Going for Thing in the Crater. Getting rid of Solemn. Taking 400 to deal 500 and get the hero. Now I think Lorelei's very much back to the wall. Does she have anything to get out here? Fissure's a good one. Not choosing to leave Morphing Jar in attack mode, probably not a bad idea. Now, Invasion of Flames isn't that hard to beat, but he's got traps to back up against this. Getting the Garma Sword Oath. Are we going to see the Garma Sword itself? The answer is not yet. Choosing to Garma Sword from the grave here. A great play. Unfortunately, it's not going to go the way she wants. The widespread ruin. How much does Lorelei have left in the tank? Losing the ability to ritual from the grave again. Priestess, what are we thinking to add here? Hero. Into embers. 1100 left. Lorelei, do you have any fight left in you? The answer is Dark Hole, but that's going to put her down to 600. Oh no, it's not. Backfire didn't go off there? Oh, because it's a Dark Pyro. Right. Okay, Nova Summoner. Into Nova Summoner. Okay, well, there's another Backfire. Molten Zombie. Now the issue is Lorelei's not allowed to destroy a single fire monster. Yeah, it's not going to be enough. Yeah, Solar Flare Dragon I think seals it here. It's going to be a 2-0 for Mikina. Another dominant performance from Hell's third place. Mikina. Oh, there we go. Mikina with the 2-0 over Lorelei. Really going to help us score as we move into Lacey versus Mark. Beast Warrior versus Warrior. Going to be another slugfest, I believe. Really good opener here for Lacey. To the Gaia Power. Unfortunately here for Mark, a lot of Lacey's monsters are going to be Earth too. Choosing to run over the Celtic Guard of Noble Arms, I think a very smart idea. Now it is going to put her way down on life points. But Cat's Ear Tribe should put up a decent defense. Leotar also puts up a decent defense. Swinging for 2k, or 2k on defense. 28 if it's, not 28, but you know, higher if it's against the non-effect monster. Now, if Mark could just get another Celtic Guard of Noble Arms, he'll be in decent shape here. Cat's Tribe gonna put up a defense. The question is for how long? The answer's for quite a bit. Gonna get the card drawn here. With 1500 attack, it's gonna be hard to beat the Cat's Tribe. I guess at the same time, how is this? It's stopping Lacey from losing, but she needs to find a way to win. Interesting way to come up with something here. Oh, that's almost something. Ziabare. Okay. An equipped Cat's here is just putting on so much pressure. Going to continue. Oh, this might be a trap Lacey, or Mark falls for here from Lacey. Getting another Celtic Guard of Noble Arms. Yep. Another Horn of the Phantom Beast. Another card drawn here. I mean, the Obnoxious is going to get to hold the board. No, it's not, because... No, it will. It will. Because the Battle Ox is just going to be pushed too high. But I think Abare Ushioni can get just under there. But she does love her coin flip. And gets it this time. Giant Rat attempting to hold the board. Lady Warrior of the Wasteland is a monster you can put in defense mode. Choosing to go down with his favorite monster on the board. I respect it. He's going to get Smash and Grounded. Neko Gal still enough. We're going to game 2. Again, Haymaker's just being thrown around. Let's see what game 2 has. Mark getting to go second to keep up the offense. Leotard, very good here. Yeah, Mark's got normal monsters, but they are just smaller. Noxious for 14, not bad. It is Smash and Ground protection here for the Noble Arms. Even better though, getting to play it on main phase 2 after clearing out the Obnoxious. got to go with here as the second Battle Ox hits the board? Lady Warrior. To Lady Warrior. Where are you going from here? To the Obnoxious. Alright. Pot of Greed. I wonder if the AI will play a Gaia Power. If it even understands that. Obviously he would need to draw it, so I don't really know, but... We seeing a Bare here? We are. Gotta gamble. And that's gonna be 1,000 back to Lacey. Mark with swords. Here's the question. Is there anything else that can be done to recover here? Oh, Lacey does hit tails again. Maybe if Mark can get a Noble Arms established. Oof, losing his own trap hole to that. 300 damage from the Marauding Captain. Not even playing whatever's in his hand. It's time to burn on Mark. Marauding Captain lock is up. So there's that at least. It's going to offer him some protection for the time being. After that swords goes down. Alright. Now she has to get through 2 Marauding Captains. Maybe this all comes down to the coin flips, which have been going surprisingly well for her so far this match. Celtic Guardian taking out the Abare. And removing what would be a problem with the Beaver Warrior. So one big problem here is not going to have any space for the Celtic Guard of Noble Arms. So he's going to have to get in here somewhere else. We got 2 maxed out boards. Who can break a board first? Let's get this face down. Invigoration would have been nice. Don't know why he said it. Is it only 400? That's only 400. But it was still enough to beat Wolf Action. Whatever. Get rid of the Torrential. Does anyone have any way? Just getting the Gaia power off the board for another Gaia power, sure. Well, got more ways if Mark ever punches. Celtic Guard Noble Arms. take a look at the deck numbers here. 11 and 14, Lacey well ahead. There goes the Celtic Guardian. Now the Celtic Guard of Noble Arms can't do anything. Mark just has too many cards in hand. Riding Captain not going to protect the face down, so I wonder what that's going to mean. It's going to mean a bunch of damage and thinning his deck even quicker. It just means he loses. Alright, well. After an unfortunate roadblock, Lacey is going to take it over Mark 2-0. Lacey taking it 2-0. The recruits have mostly been doing well. We'll have to see if they keep it up, but first we have the ever-menacing 13 versus the Bug Girl Picrew. Okay, let's get it. 13 has been a dominant force so far in this tournament. Very, very hard to argue with his success. Picrew, however, may be one of the best to give him a run for his money. If there wasn't a fissure, I think this would be an outstanding opener here for Picrew. She's just gonna have to fight back against this Wolf Axe Wielder. The biggest issue is the longer it takes, the more 13 is able to set up the Knight of the Red Lotus. The Mantis going down. Just hard summoning Knight of the Red Lotus. Getting it for 3750 total. 2100 is a number Picrew is really one of the only people that can beat. Unfortunately, we see 13 already has the answer. And I think that means this is already game. Showing her, listen, I've got it. And then I'm just drawing for fun. Yeah, I think this still keeps her in death range. Yep. Turn 6, victory by 13. He just opened very well. Picrew couldn't get us board established. This time, having 13 go first. An interesting strategy. Opening up with both Knight of the Red Lotus and Beast of Talwar. Harpies and Fissure to clean up anything she does. This might already be a nasty one here. Clearly the Torrential Knight into Treasure Chest. At least this keeps something on board. You don't love it though. Except, yeah, usually the AI will not fissure here, but they see the 2400 defense. There goes the Guard Mantis. And the Justy Break face down, just in case. Like, absolutely unreal. The pressure here from 13. It's the first time we're really going to see Guard Mantis' actual defense start to shine. Usually there's a rising air current up, so... Now it's a matter of, can Picrew get through both of these monsters? Maybe with the Verdant Sanctuary searches, that'll help. Another Guard Mantis. Treasure chest tributed for Beast of Talwar again. she have the Dread Scythe Harvester? It's gonna be the big question here. Not yet. Dread Scythe, I think, just big enough to deal with this, but until then, these Guard Mantises just have to hope nothing happens. Baruch just gotta fight through it now. As soon as the Flying Kamakiri comes down, that's gonna be some issues, but yeah, Upstart honestly not bad here. Hitting the Beast of Talwar, not the Knight of the Red Lotus, which you would have loved to have seen her destroy here instead, because that's just going to recur the Beast of Talwar. That's just going to be the same position. Double Flying Kamakiri number 2. Unless it only summons level 4 or lower? Oh, it only summons level 4 or lower. Okay, so Beast of Talwar is at least something destroyed. Garochin Kuwagata, searching up another Garochin Kuwagata. A little bit of deck thinning here from Baru is probably good. Try and get to that Dread Scythe Harvester. Or the combination Empress Mantis, Rising Air Current. But she just needs one of them. At least she's keeping his back row clear. The back row of her own. Layer wiring here, popping the other Beast of Talwar. Another Praying Mantis. Rising Air Current. There's the Dread Scythe Harvester. This is going to force the Dark Hole here from 13. He really doesn't have a choice, but he gets the Reborn. Not going with the Knight of the Red Lotus, just going with the Beast of Talwar. Getting in for 4,000. The question is, now what, Baru? Okay, Sword's is going to be big for her. Maybe she'll be able to get back that Dread Scythe before he can draw something else like he's been able to do repeatedly. And he's up on life. He's up on board presence. He's down on resources, but if hers aren't doing anything, they aren't that good. Oh, Pot of Greed. Into the Dread Scythe. Alright, maybe with this established, she'll be able to get something going here. But the Justy Break. How does he always have it? He's just always got it. Into the Knight, into the Wolf Axe Wielder. Is this it? 2-0 for 13. What absolute destruction of Baru. 13, who's main goal isn't even to win this. Continuing to be undefeated. But time for our final 2-0 match. Case in by technicality, but Case versus Crim. Case not squandering this I guess gift he's been given. Let's see if he can continue to do so. Crim with tomato and nothing else. The play here, Rhoda. Alright. Instant fusion for Flame Swordsman. So, there were two separate plays I would have made, either being that play or the Flame Swordsman into free to play. For me, that was kind of the worst of both worlds. Now Maiden of the Moonlight here to hold down the board. This has been very good for Crim since the grand opening. Case now gonna have to hide behind these swords. Little Trooper? I mean, okay. That at least is gonna help him get freed out. Drawing the second Little Trooper, not great. And the trap hole. Harpies away the back row. Getting Trial of the Princess for the Koran. This gives Case a turn. Yeah, unfortunately, while Little Trooper's good, it's less good when you've already drawn two of them. Into the Samsara Kaiser. Case, do you have anything here? Guilford just a little late. Yeah, that's kind of the play you have to do here. It's not a good one, and now Guilford's just going to be a brick in the hand. Of course, Picrew gets to get in because Crim knew that was the Samsara Kaiser face down. The big hope here is that Crim draws into nothing. And he kinda did. Case, can you pull back the 6,600 deficit you are in? Kojikosi triggering the TT. It gets the TT out of the way. Reborn on Flame Swordsman. Case forced to pop his own favorite card here. Now completely defenseless. Okay, Familiar Knight. It's at least a monster. At least board presence is had. $1,400 defense enough to hold off the Picrew. But the 400 life gain may become relevant. Forcing the rush recklessly is not bad here at all. $400 more life for Crim. There goes the Familiar Knight. Still keeping Case off of being able to Tribute Summon. But at least Koji Kosi's 1500 attack is going to start hitting face here. Now Crim gets the swords up. Was able to stall just long enough to stall some more. However, we know the AI is not willing to Tribute Summon into swords. Got rid of the MST here. Oh, please don't send yourself down to 300 and not Tribute Summon. That means one Ebon Magician Karan wins Crim the game here. He's free to gonna choose to stack the deck. Looks like it. Getting a Familiar Knight. Very close. Luckily, that's a Shining Angel and not a Mystic Tomato. Case still living on the edge here. Even more on the edge. Normal summoning Marauding Captain after the battle phase. Has the Marauding Captain lock. Did Case manage to pull this back? Looks like he did. With only 300 life points left, 1,000 of them spent for no reason, Case wins game 1. That one was a real nail-biter from Case's perspective. Crim choosing to go first. Not a great opening here for Case. Some back row removal, always good. Koji Kosi's fine. 1500 attack point monster. Okay. It at least forces the Waboku. And then trading MST for Dust Tornado. You don't love it, you don't hate it. Pop the tomato here. No, gonna pop the face down. Tomato for tomato. Ooh, that's either an Armory Call or a Rush Recklessly face down, I think. Looks like whatever bait it was didn't feel worth it anymore to Crim here. Big Dark Hole. Crim down 2 Ebon Magicians. Trap Hole back up on Case's side. $1,400 direct. And unless there's a board wipe, we're seeing Trap Hole protection here. Yes, trap hole protection means Maiden of the Moonlight gets popped. Guilford, Samsara Kaiser getting recycled. All of a sudden, if Krim doesn't draw anything, it's actually over next turn. And he draws the swords. Right, just paying 1,000 to get Flame Swordsman in the graveyard, I suppose. Oh. Oh, it's over. Samsara Kaiser for 200, Guilford for 28. That is going to be 2-0 Case over Krim. Really convincing victory on that one. Case with the 2-0. The only, technically, undefeated recruit besides Alex. So, I think the recruits are still doing well overall. Now we're going to move to the next part of the bracket with Yukio versus Skylar. Alright, let's get it. Once again, we're getting World Champion POV, even if he's not supposed to be here. Versus a young man and his beast deck. Not a great opener here for Yukio. But I guess that's what happens when you don't, you know, when you don't bring your real deck, when you're trying to go undercover. Skylar tried to get the Flower Wolf. Went for the bait with Dark World Thorns and it worked, but Featherwind negate and destroying Fissure. Without Stratos, there's not a ton of power. I mean, there's Combo Master. But there goes Avion. Little One Guard gonna hold the board for now. The Poly a little bit late. Covered nothing to compete with Little Wind Guard here. Choosing to go with the Dark World Thorns over the Avion. It's really going to come back to hurt Yukio here, as a Great Tornado would have held the board very nicely. Skylar, no Gazelle, no Baphomet yet. Thousand Needles taking another victim with the combo fighter here. Having to Solemn Gazelle. I mean, then the Thousand Needles is still gonna attack the Dark World Thorns here. What does Yukio have to get out of the situation? The answer is Stratos. The answer is Stratos has 1800 attack and searches a second Stratos. Going ahead and going into Great Tornado this turn. In main phase 2. Sure. Okay. Chaos Rider. Skylar, after really doing some good damage to Yukio, is looking like he's going to lose his game 1 here. Especially with the Harpies that's been face down this whole time. And just like that, game 1 goes to Yukio. Gonna go into game 2. Hopefully these nerves aren't, you know, messing with Skylar too much. I know he just had his first loss. Now he's got to go against the world champion. Choosing to go second, however. Maybe he's got a plan. Stratos for Stratos and a Dust Tornado face down. Not a bad position here for Yukio. However, Skylar Fissure MST into Gazelle, not bad. Stratos cleaning up the board from Gazelle here. Then just the bluff card. Oh. Chimera. Chimera Silverfang. Knocking Yukio down to 5,000. Unfortunately, he is the world champion. Not even fissuring here, just running over Gazelle. King of the Swamp, not good. Skylar can get a Reborn or 1,000 Needles to try and hold the board. Hypothetically that works, but Yukio already has the Fissure in hand, so not a ton of ways of going about it. There's 1,000 Needles dealing with that. Harpies and MST here with Harpies. The Chaos Rider going ahead and going up to 2,000. Skylar with only 800 life points left. Reborning Chimera. Unfortunately, the Fissure here for the Chimera giving enough fuel here for the Chaos Rider Gustav to be able to run over Gazelle. It's going to be 2-0 Yukio, as you would expect. What should be a big shocker to no one, we've got another 2-0 from Yukio over Skylar. So our next match is going to be Shat Calico versus Angela. Ninjas versus Angels, let's do it. Shat Calico getting to go second. Might be good for him. Angela typically needs a little bit of time to set stuff up. So if he can keep on the pressure. Well, she already seems like she has some pressure. But White Ninja's also a light monster. What's this blind dust tornado hitting? The dust tornado. Clearing out the light effigy with the trap hole, unfortunately, doesn't matter. But the Dark Hole Reborn's gonna be very nice. I assume he reborns the White Ninja here? Yes, the AI does see the Fuma Shuriken in hand. Armed Ninja gonna pop. Okay. Don't love it, don't hate it. Monstrous Bird and White Ninja each having at least 2,000 attack. Could definitely be worse. Getting rid of the Monstrous Bird here. Lady Ninja, only 1100, but it's, you know, just a little bit of chips gonna help close this game out quicker. I really, really like Shat's position here. Gonna continue to chip away. Although if that's another 2k defender, it's just gonna waste another attack, but I don't think it really matters. 2650 here. Angela down to just 350 life points. And if that Fuma Shuriken is destroyed in any way, it's game over. So I think it's all but sealed here. Alright, looks like got the Skull Redbird go in. It's going to be game 1 to Shat Calico. Heading into game 2. A very strong start from Shat Calico there. Can Angela fight back here in game 2? He'll be going first. Couple of real options. Just going with Abisu in defense. The Shuriken face down. Which is going to translate to some burn. But now the Shining Abyss is 1600 attack, so... Okay, yep, Dark Hole. Just to start getting into Skull Redbirds. Do you have a monster to contest it? Has a pot of greed. Oh. The Shining Abyss with the Cestus of Dalga. It's gonna start the life point gain over on Angela's side. And the Crimson Ninja helps, but... Okay, well at least pops to Waboku. Gets to deal 150. Now this could be bad if Wingweaver's in hand. Things will really start to snowball here. Not currently, and the Crimson Ninja can take out the light effigy, actually. Please set the arm, Ninja. There we go. That's gonna get rid of the Cestus at some point. May take a couple turns to get there, but it'll get there. TT will also deal with it. Yeah, whatever works, I guess, you know. Shat Calico needs to now find a way. Okay, yeah, White Ninja being a 2000 attacker in the field spell is good. Transformation Art can maybe do something once Shat can get something back on the board. Angela's big Spirit of the Harp pressure. Just a Dust Tornado. Calico really needs something here. Gonna see a game 3 here. The answer is quite possibly. Okay, a Bisu. Gonna attempt to run over Spirit of the Harp. Wisely going ahead and transforming into the big koala. Just in case. But it doesn't matter, we're going to game 3. He just wasn't getting his draws there. Big question, who goes up 2-1? You're not eliminated if you're 1-2, but it isn't good for you. White Ninja with Fuma Shuriken. Immediately Dark Hold. 700 burn is something, but it's not much. Time for Shining Abyss to be a problem. Even bigger problem, now that there's nothing on board. Oh my goodness. Angela just had the sauce. Going up to 9,100 life points. Shat Calico only at 2,600. Okay. Not something I love, I'll be honest with you. Block attacking when there's a swords up. Well, hopefully Shat can get some sort of draw here. I mean, that was his only koala in the deck. Angela continuing to boost her board state. Unfortunately, Shat Calico falling for a trap here. that the AI loves to bounce monsters and bounce various things. And that's just gonna be it. Angela with the 2-1 reverse sweep. As Shining Abyss takes it in 3 games. 10,550 life points at the end of the game. Incredible. Despite getting game 1. Shad Calico falls. At least if you lose, you want to try and make it a 2-1. You still want to win, but, you know, a win's a win, right? Next, Damon versus Emery. Should be another very, very interesting one. Darkblade versus Guardians. Emery been pretty impressive very consistently throughout the series. However, Damon's not going to be willing to let anyone just walk away here. Not that Damon has a great hand for it. He's going into the Darkblade. Discarding to search Polly. Finding a Grarl here. Okay. Yeah, I can see the vision there. I probably still would have liked that main phase 1, but does get Damon his Darkblade back regardless. Check a ruling on cast. Okay, it just stops equipped spells. The Darkblade, the Dragon Knight, gonna put up a hell of a defense here. Shield crushing the Troop Dragon. Yeah. No other monsters will continue to be a problem here. Emery at least has 2, but now KS is effectively not a monster. Unfortunately, the biggest issue with KS is you cannot equip her with anything. Able to clear the Darkblade, but, I mean, Kiryu on the next turn. Banishing 3 there. Makes me wonder. 3 spells in grave. And that's going to be it for game 1. Very unfortunately, Emery was not able to get to a Grarl or an Iatos in time. Damon with the very convincing game 1. Only losing life points to an attack on a defense monster. It's much more than I expected out of him. Just setting, not choosing to fusion summon the first turn. And that's going to give up the Poly, unfortunately. Just search another one. It's fine. Pitch Dark Dragon and Darkblade into another Darkblade the Dragon Knight. Dark Hex Seal getting Trap Hold, but Darkblade's still gonna do plenty here. Now KS is just hanging out. Picrew causing the TT. This may be Emery's chance to get in, but can they? Kotetsu with Grarl. Now the AI just wants to play Infernal Dragon mostly as a wall, but sometimes that's what you gotta do. The Shooting Star Bow to get the seal out. It sucks that it didn't put the seal on the Infernal Dragon. That would have been a nice play. Not wanting to attack with Infernal Dragon in case it leaves him open. Rhoda may change that decision, however. Getting the Getsu Fuma. Still choosing to wait. Very patient is Damon here with this Infernal Dragon. Adding a Guardian Grarl. But Reborn on Darkblade the Dragon Knight. Getting rid of 3 very good cards here. But alright, well, didn't choose to get rid of the Getsu Fuma. Instead, getting rid of the Kyptera. I guess not seeing the value in the Horned Saurus there. Can Emery find a way to put more pressure on? Well, there's a Grarl for, you know, for the Darkblade. We know there's a Grarl in hand, but they would need to empty a monster out of their, or empty something out of their hand first. That could be a seal. Could be a few different things in Emery's hand right now that's stopping the special summon of Grarl. Terra coming back. Troop Dragon, not a great tribute there. Another big issue is Grarl stops defense or stops position changes. So these monsters are stuck in attack mode. Banishing 4 monsters to summon Eatos and Grarl. Wow. For some reason, not... Gets there in the end, I suppose, but now Damon, without a board wipe, has 0 way of coming back. Well, that's a board wipe. He still needs to draw something, whereas Emery needs significantly more to set up. reasoning. Well, still 700 damage. Ties them back up. Except he's got the, you know, a monster on board. But with how much time and board presence Emery needs, it could be difficult. Dark Rabbit's at least a monster, you know? It's got 1100 attack, it's not good, but it exists. Here's the next problem. Hornsaurus. Getting a fusion recycling plant, choosing to go for the direct 2K. Bringing back the Dark Hexial fusion. Arsenal Summoner in attack mode, not my ideal play here, because choosing for Hornsaurus and Dark Hexial to go into Hornsaurus, kind of just putting himself down a poly, I guess, and not getting the direct attack. Iron Blacksmith to get the Grarl. Shield Crush popping the Dark Hex Sealed. Summoning the Grarl. Okay. Once again, Emery fighting back. Only down by 900, but up by 2 monsters that can attack. Just forced to set the pitch dark. Damon have anything else in the tank? Or are we going to game 3? Down to just 1500. Looks like we are in fact going to game 3. Emery continuing to impress with Guardians. Just a very, very close back and forth on that one. If Damon wants to get his goal, he needs to win this next game. Emery going first. Set pass, not great. Arsenal Summoner finding Iatos. But there is a monster in the graveyard, so Iatos is currently unsummonable. Arsenal Summoner with the Grarl. Something tells me there's a seal in hand, but the AI just played it out of order. Emery just choosing to hang out for a moment. Getting the second poly out of the deck. Dropping Emery down to 65. So now very close in life points, but once again, Emery behind on board. And there's Iatos. Damon's got to play a very, very fine game here. Can he get anything he needs? While Iatos begins to pick apart his board. At least there's some targeting protection with the Rod of Silence. Running over Vanilla, dealing 150 piercing. More importantly though, it does put a monster into Emery's graveyard, which is relevant to prevent additional Iatos shenanigans. KS'd. And the Grarl in hand. Which KS can run over a Troop Dragon, so Damon only up by 50 life points and well behind on the board. Unfortunately, Infernal Dragon is terrible for the AI specifically to draw. Now this may... Emery may just have this. I mean, what else can you do if you're Damon here other than, once again, just somehow draw a board wipe? He's kind of thinned his deck as much as he can. Last chance here, Damon. And this looks like it's going to be it. Damon be losing to Emery, especially after that Shield Crush. Iatos going up to 4,000 attack. Ending the game 2-1 Emery. What a round, despite Damon doing a little bit. Emery able to secure that win. Next, manager versus employee, Aiden versus Corsal. Let's see who can do it. Ojamas versus Dragons. Aiden with a decent opener here. A sleeping lion, 1700 defense, not bad. Now the big problem is this is actually a monster that does very well against Aiden with 2000 defense. Polymerization. Green and yellow into night. Now if the Ojama country does come up, things definitely just got a lot worse for Corsal here. Smashing ground for the 500 burn. Oh, what? Maybe Luster Dragon can start to get something going here. It's gonna be hard to say. Right now it's just up to Knight to hold the board. Hyunzaryu, 2100 attack. Unfortunately, the AI not seeing Ojama Knight as the big time play it is. Instead going Dark Hole Luster Dragon, which, I mean, puts a 2400 on Aiden's board. Of course, I'll force to get the return Dark Hole. The Winged Dragon in for 14, so okay. And I don't know about you, but I don't think Ojama Black is a great defensive option. Of course, all with both pieces of his fusion on the board. And it's Aiden who draws the poly. That's very funny. Of course, all with a more defensive play here. Probably really would have liked that 1100 after this Prevent Rat gets flipped up. Yeah, you can only deal piercing if you've got enough attack. But he did draw the poly, so he does have Kaiser Dragon for the next turn. And the great news about Kaiser Dragon's got 2k defense. Bad news is, yeah, since it's gonna die anyway, you may as well pop the rat. Of course, I'll reestablish a board here of any sort. Nah, doesn't look like he can yet. Aiden just drawing Ojama Delta Hurricanes and Polys, and even just an Ojama would do plenty here. You know what I just said about an Ojama? How about 3 Ojamas? Of course, all playing right into Aiden's hand here, who only chooses to go for Knight for some reason? Why? Ah, well, it doesn't really matter. Gets TT'd. Mountain into the Fairy Dragon. Unfortunately, Aiden gonna clear the entire board here, I imagine. Not that Ojama Black is really a follow-up, but Ojamas. Popping the back row. Ojama Delta Hurricane. Of course, I'll put a monster on board. Yep. Even better, a Luster Dragon number 2. Aiden going without an Ojama Country that entire match definitely hurt. But he's going second this time, so we'll see what that means for him. Just a set. And this could be interesting here. Choosing just to set the black. It does work out for Corsal here. Unfortunately, Dragon Dwelling in the Cave has 2k defense, so again, Aiden kind of in a corner there. Oh, you know what? This actually turns it around a lot. King of the Swamp getting the poly. And since this is any 2 Ojamas, the Ojama Knight is going to seal off 2 zones and have 2,500 attack points. Very good dark hole. Getting the fairy dragon off of that. Not the best pull. Maybe Hyunzaryu's in hand or something. Yeah, there must be a Hyunzaryu in hand, because there's no way you get Fairy Dragon and that's it. And no reasonable AI, because the AI obviously doesn't know that's an Ojama, so whatever, it's going to go in with Winged Dragon. Fairy Dragon protecting the Winged Dragon here. Another Fairy Dragon. The Prevent Rat. I mean, Aiden needs a lot to get out of this, unfortunately. Sleeping Lion, just another defender. But he needs to draw in the correct order. Ojama Country, then an Ojama, and maybe he could start a comeback. But yeah, see, if he summons he gets an Ojama first, he's just gonna play it down, so. The Mountain helping out a little more. Of course, I'll feeling comfortable enough to put the Fairy Dragon in attack mode. There's the Luster Dragon. This is where Corsal may start to snowball. nothing after... Nothing else to defend after this Sleeping Lion? Could this be the last turn? The answer's a hard maybe, depending on attack order. That looks like it's it. Looks like it's 2-0 Corsal. A very good close couple of games anyway, though. And I mean, obviously Aiden's not torn up about this at all. Okay. Corsal's 2-0. Means next we've got Nina versus Barry. See who can crawl out of the 0-2 hole. Now what's got both of these girls hanging in there is being 0-2 doesn't eliminate you yet, but being 0-3 might. Being 0-3 is going to make it very, very difficult to come back. You're not going to have the ties. You're not going to have the tiebreakers to really get through anything, so... Nina, Double Gilosaurus, and Uraby. What's Barry got here? Rapid Fire Magician, and not a single burn card. Can't be a good start to not have a burn card in the burn deck. Another Rapid Fire Magician. But Nina's already burned through her whole hand, as she tends to do. Getting the Mad Sword Beast to get in the piercing. $2,800 more direct. 2,400 more directly. Okay, well, Crawling Dragon number 2 is going to be some defense, depending on what it is that Barry has here. She might not crash. So Crawling Dragon number 2, King of the Swamp, Brachioradius. Is this the start of Nina's comeback? $3,000 should not be a lot for Barry to be able to do here. Yeah, very unfortunate, whatever's happening. Going down to just one hit from Brachioradius away. And that's unfortunately going to be it for game 1. Whatever was in Barry's hand just couldn't quite get her there. She's really got the opportunity to do it, so. Barry going first. Maybe hoping for a change of strategy. Just a rapid fire and a face down again. 3 cards in hand, but no burn? Okay, magic cylinder, that's some bird. Smashing ground, yeah. Unfortunately, Barry playing monsters, those aren't her strong suit. From the baby Ceratosaurus. And the crawling dragon. Yeah, this just does not look good at all for Barry, I think. Very unfortunate. She's been putting in work, and it's just not quite coming through for her. Perhaps her hot-headed nature is just continuing to not be what she needs to succeed in this game. And that's going to be it. It's going to be 2-0 for Nina, whose tournament hopes are now being kept alive. Nina, 2-0 over Barry. That's got to feel good. Maybe it's going to be the start of a comeback for her. Next, Ada versus North, however. Let's check that one out. Win or lose, this has got to be good for North. Princess Ada, round 3. It's got to be a good story, right? Just a howling insect to start. Not bad for Ada here. $1,000 damage, losing the Mist Archfiend. Okay. Well, this is really up to Ada to get a big push going here. Windstorm of Ataqua. Maybe establish a Violent Rain here. Nope, just a weather. Tells me it's a very low power hand for North here. But Ada will be able to keep up the pressure with another Flea. Kamakiri, able to get over the Flea. His own bug now getting to stand tall. Getting off the Flying Kamakiri number 1 here. Here's the thing, if he does not draw something bigger than Flying Kamakiri, yeah, he's about to be in bad shape, I think. Depending on where Ada chooses to go here. And where I would choose to go is normal summoning the Insect Princess and start getting a bigger and bigger monster. But going with the big insect is fine, too. And the swords. Alright, well. That means Ada's probably not going to tribute summon at any point during this. Cocoon. Fortunately, that Great Moth is just a brick. Another Cocoon, so we can expect North to just run into that. rain, not going to be enough. Another 600 to north here. Now I expect an Insect Princess. Yep. Is going to get trap hold, however. To a Hurricane. North's going to be able to get in the chippiest of chip. Except not even going to be able to do that. Thanks to the layer wire. Insect Princess again. North able to set up his wall of small monsters. There's Ada with a giant flea. I expect him to start getting torn down here. Goes the weather report. Violet Rain to just run over the flying Kamakiri. A little late on the DNA surgery. It's not going to really do Ada that much good. Well, actually, now it kind of is. It's going to keep that Mother Grizzly in attack mode. Thanks to the Insect Princess's effect. $500, grow the princess. And into the weather, who's stuck in attack mode by being an insect. Very, very funny Harpies here. Then, interesting choice with the Element Magician, but ultimately not a lot of good to be done there. And there we go. Ada pretty easily cleaning that up. Nothing like a little petite moth action to finish a game. But North can still turn it around in game 2, choosing to have Ada go first. And it might work out well, as she's only got some face downs to set. Turning Mist Archfiend into an insect, trading 2,400 damage for 1,000. And big insect do be a moderately sized insect for sure. 1,215. It's really going to help her here. Woboku to protect the big insect. I think actually very, very smart here. With the 1,500 defense, going to help keep that away. Until Ada can get an Insect Princess here. Doubling up with the swords. Oh, I want my cat to come lay on all my stuff. Okay. Now, if Ada can just get a Cocoon of Evolution, She can start growing. Okay, we'll just tribute for the Insect Princess. Start growing the princess here. Problem is, each and every one of these face-down monsters will only help grow the Insect Princess more. This may just be it for Princess Ada here. Switching the Hurricane to attack mode. Switching Lala Leon to attack mode. Yeah, I think without a board wipe, it is just game here for Princess Ada. It was worth the attempt. Can she get 1,050 attack? No. North, it's an uphill battle, but you can start it. Flying Kamakiri for 14. Is this the big comeback for our boy? Lair Wire makes it a hard to say situation, but he's got a lot of monsters. They're just not big. Okay, Big Insect has the 1500 defense. It's gonna probably stabilize Ada here for a little bit. The AI is gonna go for it. Big mistake here by Ada. I mean, not that Weather's gonna think to attack a face down, but losing the Big Insect here. And the Petite Moth. Not gonna do much. I mean, Waboku's gonna save a turn. Choosing to play on the defensive is North. Can he draw any more recruiters? An Element Magician. Violent Rain, 1550. They are both at 1050 right now. Howling Insect, a good floater here. Choosing not to attack. That might ultimately cost it here. Not activating that before to protect his Violent Rain was unfortunate. Another Windstorm of Ataqua. North, can you just push through? Violent Rain, Flying Kamakiri. He cleans up the board. North is going to take game 2. Lair Wire can pop a monster, but it can't pop 2. Flying Kamakiri cleans it up. Let's head into game 3. Keeping it going. Great for North here, regardless of how this turns out. But you gotta feel like he's gonna get some more good interviews. On the winner's side, Weather in for 1,000. Dust Tornado for Dust Tornado. Okay. The unfortunate thing is about this is... Oh, never mind. I was about to make a comment about how only Violent Rain really gets over these 1500s, but a Fissure gets over 1500s just fine. Giant Flea, however, willing to crash. Interesting. Down by 2,000, but willing to crash. It's gonna work out, though. Only a Hurricane being the best beater North has is not great. Windstorm gonna save the Hurricane a turn. Petite Moth able to 1v1 Hurricane. Unfortunately, Weather Report gonna fall into the trap. Not a great maneuver here by North, unfortunately. Insect Princess. 1900 attack is just too big for North's deck to handle. Luckily he's got a lot of monsters, but a lot of monsters doesn't mean big. And unfortunately Flying Kamakiri, an insect, so it was forced into attack mode and is going to buff the Insect Princess. However, it does force the big insect to die here, so that's something, but neither of these can go to defense mode, neither of them can stop the Insect Princess, so it's still not good. Pug 'em in hand. Insect Princess continuing to grow. That is already enough to be game. Unless that's some sort of protection trap, this will be it. And that's gonna be it. Ada's gonna take game 3. But a well-played one by North regardless. The very hard-fought match to keep Ada in the tournament. As we move to June versus Mary. June versus Mary, let's get it. June going first. Not the best position for battle cards, but Mary's got such a slow deck that it's not actually terrible for June here. Although this isn't a fast start for June, who really wants to be getting monsters out there. Clear out quite a bit just to go to a Pharaonic. That one's the Pharaonic Guardian? Protector. Losing Dust Tornado, okay. Battle Guard Cadet ain't it. Unfortunately for June. But the Wandering Doomed going down, and now this may be a huge opportunity. Searching Feast of the Wild level 5. Both boosting each other by 500. Now just about any zombie gets over this, except for the Wandering Doomed. So, which unfortunately Mary has none of. $2,100 damage here from the cadets. Alright. That's 2 sarcophagi. Wisely choosing not to attack. Very patient play by Mary here, but that Blast with Chain is still going to be there, so. Pharaonic Protector, Pharaonic Guardian, and Wandering Doomed all back. Alright, well, luckily Spirit of the Pharaoh is here. Clearing up a monster, going into swords, yeah. June needs to figure out some way to kind of step up and deal with these zombies before a second Spirit of the Pharaoh gets out. Feather Dusting the Wasteland almost helps. No Battle Guards so far is not a great look for June here. Oh, there you go, Dark Hole. Still no Battle Guards is pretty bad. But, you know. Maybe this helps June get into it now that there's a feast. Alright, well, Pyramid Turtle. Pretty good defensive option. Doesn't go into much, obviously. But it's an option. Choosing just to put it in defense mode might be a good idea. We have Feast going into Swamp Battle Guard. So ultimately missed out on 1,200 damage. And the 1,000 energy. Okay. Seeing 0 cards in hand, you gotta feel a little stronger. Rhoda for Warrior Lady of the Wasteland. There goes the second first sarcophagus. So now Mary needs to figure out how to get the third first sarcophagus. Swamp Battle Guard's back. And a Sark out of the deck, which is nice. Is Polly gonna get here? Alright, well. Spirit of the Pharaoh from hand, you hate to see it, but Clown Zombie and a couple of Pharaoh cards. Gonna start running stuff over here. Mary in a very good position. June only has one feast left as well. Oh, excuse me. Slight bump from the wasteland here. Warrior Lady. Here she goes into... yeah, just a Shadow Tamer. Alright, well, that's not really gonna help that much, but... June having some serious trouble here. The Cadet getting into the Feast of the Wild level 5. Not choosing to feast for some more defense position monsters. Goes the Rat. Clown Zombie gonna deal 150. Only 9 cards left in deck. Not seeing I just realized every single battle guard this game has been Swamp. Even a single Lava at some point probably would have helped. But at the same time, Mary's only seen one Clown Zombie. Alright, this looks like it's going to be the end of game 1. It will go to Mary. Both ran their decks pretty thin via searching. But Pharaonic Protector will take game 1. Both women trying to fight their way back into this. For two very different reasons, I think. June going ahead and trying to go first, trying to limit the amount of time Mary can spend building up her back row. Unfortunately, can only get out a Swamp Battle Guard. Solemning the 1,000 energy. Might be okay, right? Forces a Dark Hole. Now, why I don't necessarily hate that is for the simple fact that it's going to keep the pressure from the Swamp Battle Guards. I wonder if she throws stone units here. She does. Down to 53. Because Mary doesn't have the same straight up offensive pressure. Most of her offense are 2-card combos. Pyramid Turtle just dying for a Clown Zombie. And now it's June's turn to attack. Not bothering to fissure, just getting in for 18. Quite disciplined play. Summoning the Millennium Shield in attack position. You know what? The bait worked. But I mean, Mary didn't really have a chance either way, so... Yep, fissure and then attack with Swamp Battle Guard for game. It ended up, I think, being a okay Solemn in the end. Looks like we're just gonna move this on to game 3. June and Mary both showing what they can do so far. Mary making June go first this time. However, this time June has a very good hand to go first. Rat, Throwstone, and Shadow Tamer, all good. Well, you know, Shadow Tamer's not so good against Mary, but generally speaking, pretty good. And trap holding the Pyramid Turtle. Now, probably wasn't worth it to spend 4K on stopping the Wasteland, but it might be okay. And there's the first sarcophagus. Will the AI hold Torrential for Spirit of the Pharaoh? It looks like the AI actually will, which is crazy. But also, unfortunately, she did just nuke her own board with that Torrential. But maybe Mary's got something here. 900 damage is what she's got. Couple face downs. Another first sarcophagus. Okay. Now, if I would love to see Mary crash here. And she does it. That's actually a really, really good play. Glad the AI knew to do that one. Oh, no. But they said it. They didn't pop the first sarcophagus. So Mary wins. June has nothing. Once again, not seeing any battle guards. 3 games without a single lava battle guard. Just Wandering Doom into Spirit of the Pharaoh means a Game 3 victory for Mary. She's just got to win out. There we go. Mary getting a win. Keeping her in. Next, we've got Bob and Belladonna. All right. Let's see how this goes. Belladonna seems confused as to why Bob is this way, but I don't see it. Bob seems completely normal to me. What do we got here? Reasoning. And the Aitsu. Huge. Unfortunately, no Soitsu. Not attacking with the magical Reflect Slime. Interesting. Michizure to get rid of Aitsu. Then Celestial Transformation to just discard Aitsu in extra steps. Oh, there we go. Into the Humanoid Worm Drake. Unfortunately, Starboy pumping himself up slightly too high. And there goes Doitsu. Not terrible Feather Duster there. Probably worth getting rid of an Umi. Umi is always a good field spell. Reborning Starboy. Mother Grizzly getting pumped by the Starboy. Koitsu a huge brick here. Belladonna being able to keep on the pressure since she has this Humanoid Worm Drake. Now Koitsu's just gonna kinda hang out for a bit. Rollout might be good later if Bob can get set up. Revealing the humanoid worm drake to get a worm drake. Can Bob work? Drawing that third Koitsu is crazy work. It looks like this is going to be game 1 to Belladonna. Cleaning it up and going into game 2. This time Bob going first. Maybe he can get a union set up. You know, who knows what Bob can do, really. Starting with the Pot of Greed. Choosing level 4. Getting Koitsu. Oh. Oh, this may actually be huge, as long as the AI knows what to do. It doesn't. Yeah, that was super the wrong play. That was so incredibly wrong. Dropping Aitsu to 0, getting destroyed. All you had to do is... I mean, you'd have been in the same position regardless, almost, but... Misbodying the humanoid slime. Soitsu and Doitsu is a union, but would need to draw into the ability to get it out, which Bob just can't do. '27 to the dome. Reborning. And, yeah, it might be over. With that, it looks like Belladonna is going to 2-0 Bob here. And the humanoid slime goes in. Alright. Belladonna. 2-0, a huge way to try and stay in this tournament. Meaning next, Kagami and Korra. Here we go. Kagami versus Korra. Kagami going first. Oh, it's a pretty sick opening hand here against Korra, specifically a light imprisoning mirror. Mirror force. Oh, okay, well. That'll deal with that. And now going into this match, Korra feels like since Case could beat Kagami, surely she'll be able to. We'll have to see. Copycat already able to set up a wall to contest the Komori dragon. Manju. I think a decent trap hole there. Giving up the Divine Dragon Ragnarok. Paladin of White Dragon. Okay. Going in for the blue eyes now. It's a little less damage, but well, these two have just been able to draw the outs for each other the whole time. Let's see how this continues. Job Change Mirror, not a huge defense here. Yeah, Divine Dragon just gonna run that over. Kagami have anything left in the tank here? The answer's almost. Fissure, not a bad draw. Dragon Dueling in the cave, okay. Really, right now the out is just to draw another Fiend's Mirror? That's just if Kagami has the time to do it. I mean, they've only dealt 100 damage. The longer this goes, the better chance Korra has to draw something with blue eyes. Wrong half of the ritual there. And there's the blue eyes. Now that Fiend Mirror isn't going to do much of anything. Can Kagami draw an out this time? No. Manju would be great if there was some sort of protection. There we go, King of the Swamp for exact damage. It's gonna be game 1. Still games 2 and 3 to go. Big question is, does Kagami turn this around? We're opening pot agreed again. Alright, very conservative start here. Kind of a slow start on Kagami's side as well, but there's some opportunities to make things happen. Now, the question is shotgunning the torrential now or saving it. Actually, I think a very smart move here by Kagami. By the dragon dwelling in the cave, but Reborn taking the blue eyes from Korra has to be kind of a slap in the face here, right? With some defense, should the blue eyes get popped. Very nice setup play by Kagami here. Swamp. Couple of face down Archfiend mirrors. They're not good cards, but they are at least a monster in defense mode. Which, as we can see from right now from Korra, is sometimes something you just need. And with just one level 4 monster, that gets them to a Fiend's Mirror. Not quite, so Blue Eyes will just continue to blow up everything Korra has. And now there's Solemn backup should anything come to try and blow up this Blue Eyes. Yep. No, that's a great Solemn. You go down in life, but now Korra needs a second removal spell. Doesn't have one. Actually, it's Pot of Greed, even better. Still not enough to get a Fiend's Mirror on the board. 5 out of 6 stars. Losing Dust Tornado. Alright, well, looks like game 2 is going to Kagami. Cora getting White Lightninged here. Looks like we're going to game 3. Cora choosing to go second. You have to wonder, how shaken is Cora? They say looking at Kagami is like looking into your very soul. What does Cora see here? That's what you really have to wonder. Second Beastly Mirror Ritual. I'm not sure I would have gone for. I think I would have gone for a Fiend's Mirror, but, you know. Swords Pass. A bad hand for Cora, then. Meanwhile, Kagami gets to start setting up mirrors. 5 cards in hand with nothing to summon. Must be a mix of fusion spells and ritual spells and who knows what else. Ah, there we go. Has to give up a whole Blue Eyes. This is what you gotta do, though. It's about to be a really unfortunate turn here for Cora, I think. The Mirror Force. Wiping away all the work Cora did just to get something on board. Kagami set up for great success here. Oh. Hold on. Dragon's Rebirth helping clear up. Unfortunately, we see Kagami's just got removal anyway. I probably would have gone Fissure. I sort of liked the 2 mirrors in defense mode, but... $1,100 direct. There we go, Komori Dragon. This is really going to put Kagami on the back foot here. They're going to need to draw pretty nicely. Slight Imprisoning Mirror will stop any more Paladin of White Dragon effects. So, should she get one of those. Okay, multiple ways to deal with a Paladin of White Dragon now, because the Mirror of Oaths should also do something as well. Reflection for 13. Both duelists just swinging. Double stamping destruction. Now, hopefully that Dragon Dwelling in the Cave doesn't come back to bite Cora in the butt. Looks like not, right now at least. Deflected here. Still nothing to do in hand. Oh. Kagami once again taking Cora's Blue Eyes. Taking Cora almost completely down to only 1,400 life points. No swords to rely on. Smart enough to attack with Blue Eyes first, meaning Kagami takes down Cora. You can feel the frustration all the way over here. What else can she do to improve? Still 3 rounds left. Okay. Despite game 1 going to Korra, Kagami takes the next 2, keeping them on the winning side. Next up, Coriander Kalia. Let's hop into it. Monks versus the defensive zombies. Kalia been an interesting duelist so far. I've had, I think, no real problems with how Coriander's been playing his game either. It's gonna be really hard to complain with a turn 1 Master Monk. Choosing not to Legendary Black Belt, missing out on some burn here. Not sure why you wouldn't do that, but okay. Choosing not to run into the Pyramid Turtle, at least not yet. And that might have been a bad thing here for Kalia to do. So that's 1,000 burn, right? Oh, 2,000. Oh, it's equal to defense. Right. Kalia already down to 800. Anything else for her to be able to do this game? Crashing the Pyramid Turtle. To run over the Master Monk. That's it. Coriander's got Fissure in hand. Taking only 100 damage. He's going to clean up game 1. Have to move on to game 2. Clearly not the kind of hand you want to see from Kalia here. But that was also just a sick opener from Coriander, so we got a much more moderate opener. Kalia choosing to go second, you have to wonder why. Just a simple T-set pass on her side. Giant Rat's not enough to get over the zombie. That's a return. Yeah, return zombie. And into the Shadow Ghoul. Oh, Goggle Golem, huge here. And do I imagine he does it? Yes, normal summons the Goggle Golem to go up to 2,100. Kalia really on the back foot. A big part of her strategy is holding out till she can get set up, but Coriander's just been able to keep the pressure on the whole time. This may be the space Kalia needs here. We're gonna find out. Jujutsu Master, just in attack mode. I still think he's best in defense mode, even with stuff up. Oh, Pyramid of Wonders. This might actually be where things start to really get better for Kalia here, if she can just get something big on board. Like the Pumpkin Castle of Dark Illusions combo with the Pyramid of Wonders backup. Going to swords in return. This is where Pumpkin starts to grow, however. At least the castle dies here, which should stop the acceleration. Not attacking the castle with the Goggle Golem. seems like a mistake to me that Pumpkin is only going to continue to grow. Kali now with the 3,200 Pumpkin, 2,600 defense. Does Coriander have anything for it? Okay, Master Monk. Just going into a Shadow Ghoul. And this, I think, right here is exactly what Kalia wants. A 3,000 Shadow Ghoul, a 3,200 Pumpkin. Shadow Ghoul going to go down by 100, but Return Zombie going to be at 18. Jujutsu Master's going to hold off a single attack here for a little bit longer. But I mean... Or it's not, by going to attack mode. Unfortunately, while Jujutsu Master could have gotten a single bounce while in defense. That's it. I think it's going Kalia's way game 2. I mean, Monk Fighter stops battle damage, so at least there's a turn here. Another Pumpkin. Is there anything left here to do? Dark Hole? Fisher gets rid of one Pumpkin, but yep, that is definitely game 3. So who's gonna take it? This will end up being two, honestly, pretty one-sided games. Coriander taking the first turn. And then not drawing well at all. And unfortunately that field spell will only help Kalia as well. He needs a monster, and he needs it badly. That's basically the only monster that couldn't help him. $1,800 from the Pumpkin. Coriander just gonna draw the few bricks his deck has. Yes, it's a rock-type deck, but another 3,000. He's got one turn to draw something, or he just goes down on some bad draws. That was a good invigoration. Or a good solemn on the invigoration. That stopped any chance of a comeback, I think. Oh, Kalia going just hard. And with that, Coriander is going down to 1-2. Kalia is going up to 2-1. After just an unfortunate game 3 there for Coriander. Okay. Well. 2-1 Kalia. Again, anyone who goes 2-1 when they go down to 1-2 isn't necessarily out. But it is harder for them. Next up, the next stream game. Robin versus Coop. Let's do it. Coop's POV, of course, as this is streamed. Robin hoping to be another one of the 2-1 recruits. Not a good opening here for Coop, I think. But stumbling is going to help a lot. Especially with a Shield Crush here. Well, I guess there's a Dream Clown coming anyway. Oh, huge actually. Giving up the Skull Redbird to Icarus attack the board away. You don't really hate this if you're Robin here. 1550 is hard to beat, but it's doable. It's doable in his deck. Skull Redbird, 2 traps and a sword. Alright. And Coop with the return swords. Not bad. Robin does have swords up here. So while being down, it's not that bad. Now the Crass Clown. The issue is there's a Shield Crush in Coop's hand, so that's going to deal with whatever this is, which is obviously something that cannot take on a Crass Clown. Destruction Jammer. Very nice get here by Robin. However, this is where Crass Clown starts bouncing, so Robin really needs a second monster on board. You have basically just next turn to get over the 1350 Crass Clown. Otherwise it goes to defense mode, then it's a little harder to get over. Oh, Harpy's Pet Dragon. And a TT if anything starts to go wrong for Coop here. Birdface would have been really nice. Now a trap hole. Coop's going to continue to extend this game. Can Robin keep up the firepower? Loses another Birdface. We know he's down an Elegant Egotist. He's at another 1350 life points. Dream Clown, yikes, yikes, yikes. The Pet Baby Dragon. In hand, that could be a Harpy Lady Sisters, a Harpy's Pet Dragon, a Dead Elegant Egotist. Very unfortunate here to keep the Dream Clown alive over the Crass Clown, though. Coop instead starting with the Dark Hole. It's not going to work. Still going to pop the Blue Ring Crown. Still going to get in the Mystic Clown. Down to only 1,050 life points. 2 clowns on the board. Can Robin turn this around? No, it looks like game 1 is going to Coop. Going to be up to see if Robin can turn this into a game 3 situation or if Coop will take it in 2. Robin going first, maybe not a bad idea. Just because of how much setup Coop's deck needs, Robin can potentially get something on the board first. Definitely going to be up to his luck of the draw. Saw last game he couldn't stick a Harpy in any way. Just to set one past, now that stumbling is going to be even bigger. Okay, Sword's holding up the bird face so that the Dream Clown can come down next turn. We know that face down is going to be weaker than a Mystic Clown. Harpy's pet baby dragon. Weird not to choose the not to choose the Dream Clown to pop the bird face before going to the Picrew box, but whatever works. Now need to deal with the Mystic Clown and the box. There we go. Setting a 2 tribute, which will mean that is a face down Harpy's pet dragon. Defense is pretty good. It's going to be reliant on Robin not changing it to attack mode prematurely. Card in hand. This is where the stumbling is going to be a huge issue here for Robin. Okay. Well, now the Picrew box has to get rid of a Harpy Lady, which obviously it's going to do here, right? It's going to tie Picrew box up with the pet dragon. And is Robin going to crash here? No, attacks nothing at all, actually. I don't like that play at all. I'm not sure why Robin would pass the battle phase there. Gonna be forced back into defense mode. No, this time attacking. Okay, an interesting turn of events here. Now it's going to bounce the pet dragon. Unfortunately, one of those weird AI things. That might have just cost Robin the game. Mystic Clown goes to defense mode. We already know Robin is down to swords. And that's going to be it. Coop is going to 2-0 Robin here. Just like that. Coop bouncing back for the stream. Going 2-0. Meaning next we've got Renell and Fira. Okay, the next 1-1 match, Renell versus Fira. Going to be an interesting one, because once again, Fira's trying to go for this high power deck, whereas Renell's trying to kind of remove resources. Opening 3 terminal worlds is not good for you on turn 1. At least as an 1800 defender. And Fira isn't against having a main phase too, so there's that as well. Being forced to miss that is still, you know, a detriment. And the TT, yeah, that's a good TT. Gravity Blaster was about to go insane with that helping Robo. Dang, Keto just 1,000. Okay, well, if Renell doesn't draw a monster here, this is going to work out well. It is a Pursuit Chaser, it is going to get the Gravity Blaster. Unfortunately, the buff from the Gravity Blaster is permanent. So, you do have to worry about that if you're Fira. Now, 1800 attack point Pursuit Chaser with the Fissure. Okay. And another Fire Trooper beat. And the blank draw here by Renell. Okay, the first Fire Trooper to deal over 1,000 damage. Gravity Blaster on Pursuit Chaser again. Alright, well, back in the same scenario. Does Fira have a way out of this one? She's been good about keeping the board clear. Doesn't look like it this time. Maybe a UFO turtle helps stabilize, if that's what that is, but... Nope, Flame Ruler, kind of the worst case scenario. Now as Renell's deck starts to take off, just removing resource after resource. Unfortunately with 2 dead cards in her own hand. Another hit of burn, another 1,000 Sangan beat. It might be over here for Fira in game 1. Well, Pot of Greed's always a way out. Yeah. Was very patient on that Harpies. And I guess at this point, Fira's not going to really care that much about the terminal world, but it, you know... Oh, it's not coming back quite yet. Nah, Fira just has to somehow beat a 1,200 and a 1,000, which she can do. Gaia Soul is the wrong search here. What's this draw? Harpies. Yeah, you would have loved to have seen just something else there. But maybe that's one of Fira's only pyros, I don't know. Sangan taking Fira down to 800. And the Dust Tornado and the Feather Duster. Unfortunately, that's not going to do it. Renell could just search any monster, basically. And Pursuit Chaser's going to clean up game 1. It's a very Pursuit Chaser heavy game. But let's see how game 2 goes. Renell definitely could lose this, so Fira has a shot. Couple of Pursuit Chasers and a Gravity Blaster early, though. That's pretty good. Does Fira have anything to stop this from taking off? Alright, Bonfire for Gaia Soul. And the whole board getting cleared here. Especially losing the Solemn's kind of big, but, you know, at least Pursuit Chaser's got 1,400 attack. Time Seal going to take away a single draw. Except it's not, because the AI doesn't chain that for some reason. And some chip here by Solar Flare before it gets fissured. But this has become a very Fira-favored game. The terminal world, not good if you're behind, but, you know, it's something. Monster Reborn for 2,000 burn, basically. Oh, if she'd have brought back the other solar flare, it would have just been over, I think, for Renelle. Cypher Soldier, it's enough defense to hold off, but that solar flare burn is still going to start coming through. Renelle, can you get it up? Okay, a TT. Taking 150 on the crackback. Oh yeah, with the Pot of Greed, I definitely expect a summon. Renelle could turn this around here with a good draw. Swords is a way to try and get a few more good draws. You're just going to set up a defense. It could be a Flame Ruler. It's got 1600 defense, so it's not a bad pick if that's what it was. Could be UFO Turtle, maybe. That doesn't really matter what it is. Here we go, Pursuit Chaser. Nope, going to Hallowed Life Barrier to protect Flame Trooper. Alright. Here's Fira's big disadvantage. Renelle likes the long game. Fira will minus herself to try and keep her hand count low for the Ultimate Obedient Fiend. So you have to wonder who that kind of game actually favors. Really set the Gaia Soul. It was risky business. And Flame Trooper just trap hold, so once again, another standstill here. Time Eater, not what you want. At least not currently. If you can just get something on the board, you can start taking away Fira's entire turn. And Cyber Phoenix, not even that bad if it does get overpowered. You know, it is still a draw. Well, Fissure is a way out of it. However, Fira with nothing to capitalize. Oh, Cypher Soldier, okay. Renelle once again. Some pressure. Have you got anything, Fira? The answer is a single set card. Time Eater for 19 means if Fira gets nothing on, Fira's kind of stuck now. Yep, nothing on board means she loses. Something on board means she doesn't get a turn next turn. That was about as poor as you'd expect. Unfortunately, it looks like Fira will be going down in game 2 to her own Gaia Soul. Tough break, but 2-1 still recoverable. So, Renelle pulls out a pretty good 2-0 there, as Fira falls to 1 and 2. Now we can move to Wallace versus Caspian. Wallace versus Caspian. Goblins versus Spirit Ryu. Okay, Wallace with like a pretty diverse hand here. Can Caspian deal with it? Blackland Fire Dragon is immediately not going to. But, you know, see what this pop. Back row triple, okay. I mean, Goblin Black Ops can get in some burn, or some direct damage, but it's not really going to stop the Blackland. So it's actually still in a, well, I guess with the swords. Blackland enough power to force the swords while Wallace goes digging. And just a mass dragon. Okay. Seems like it's going to be a very methodical game here from these boys. The Blackland Fire Dragon to defense. Into the Torrential. Very nice. Haver choosing to get back. That's interesting. Goblin Recon Squad. 1700 goes to defense. Reveals Baby Dragon. So we know there's a Baby Dragon in hand. Still one more turn of swords. So Caspian probably right to set up a defense here. Getting rid of the Robin Goblin. Alright. Now that Wallace is out of cards, can Caspian take advantage? Baby Dragon Spirit Ryu. Ooh, no dragons in hand. Okay. And the Heart of the Underdog. First draw. How many draws are we going to see here? Only 2. Still going to be pretty big damage. Maybe after the draw we'll see the good Goblin Housekeeping, see if there's anything that can be dug for. Scrounging Goblin's good. But chooses to put that back. Unfortunately, the AI not good with the good Goblin Housekeeping. Just gave up a very good monster. Now Wallace is going to drop to 900 life points. And just an MST means Caspian's going to take game 1. Reborning the Serpent Knight Dragon, his new individually strongest card. Going in for game, we head to game 2. Wallace choosing to go second, thinking maybe he can put pressure on. Goblin Attack Force, Goblin Black Ops, and Goblin Recon Squad. Very, very good here. Could have a Dust Tornado for that Heart of the Underdog proc, should they go for that idea. Choosing to go for the direct Black Ops attack. I guess to hold off on the trigger there for the Masked Dragon, maybe? No Heart of the Underdog proc, felt no need to set off the Dust Tornado, just gonna pop the new back row. Getting a Boku, okay. Are we gonna see the Goblin Attack Force wall? No, we're gonna see the Goblin Pothole Squad. It is a Goblin that doesn't go to defense, so 1500 attack could actually help out a lot. Choosing to thin his deck of effect dragons to increase Heart of the Underdog procs. And then setting up a swords. Okay. And a second Heart of the Underdog. So this may be the big push needed to, you know, get out a hefty Spirit Ryu here. Especially with a clear board. All Caspian needs is a few good draws. Like a Komori Dragon. Because all that matters is now every other draw. Winged Dragon, okay. Let's see if how many more draws he can get here. Another one, the Dragon Dwelling in the Cave. Very nice. If he can get a Spirit Ryu in these draws, that might be enough. Nope, just a 1500 attack point Komori Dragon. And a face down card. That means the Scrounging Goblin probably about to do a lot of work here with its 2k defense. Dragon Dwelling in the Cave. Double draw off Heart of the Underdog. Two more draws off of Serpent Knight Dragon. Let's see. Two more draws off another Komori Dragon. Caspian with better Heart of the Underdog draws than Mari. Okay. 500 deflected. Choosing to get a Robin Goblin. Pitching 4 Vanilla Dragons. Using the Robin Goblin here. Choosing to set before the Pot of Greed. Don't love it. Third Heart of the Underdog. Is there still no Komori Dragon? Hate to see him activate that before the attack. Could have still forced something to defense mode, but now a triple draw off the Blackland Fire Dragon. See if he can finally get the Spirit Ryu he needs. Nope, just a Serpent Knight Dragon, but that's still a 2350. Now, Caspian needs to get through these weak defense mode monsters, but they are still a little bit of a wall he has to punch through. Pot of Greed, can you draw anything here? Alright, well, Goblin Attack versus clear the black land. Caspian, are you about to 2-0 Wallace here? Blackland clearing the face down decoy squad. Who would have thought drawing a bunch of your deck is good? Clearing the with the Recon squad clearing the Komori Dragon. And that's it. Caspian attacking direct with the Serpent Knight Dragon to get the 2-0 on Wallace. What a turn of events. Caspian very, very good here to get the 2-0. Meaning we are moving to the ever-excited Layla versus the ever-begrudging Amerigo. Let's see how they do here. Layla getting to go second. This could be good for either of them, really. Alright, Cyberator just getting in for 14, but Momonga. Are both of them in deck? Yes. Marigo with the double nimble Momonga. So Marigo already in a decent little position here. with the creature swap. Ooh, losing the Mushroom Man. Would have loved the extra burn, the extra 1250 attack there, but that's okay. Amerigo's still in a decent position. Probably gonna lose the 1,000 here from, or lose the 1,000 healing here with the fissure. The Mushroom Man is not the kind of exchange you want here. Amerigo's way up on life points. Oh, you know what? Kind of interesting. Flinting the Mushroom Man so it can't attack when it goes back over to Amerigo's side, but already down so much damage, almost half of Amerigo. But also not a great play from Amerigo here, immediately getting flinted on Invader of the Throne Room. Okay, back to 1350 attack. If it wasn't for Fissure, maybe that could have stabilized here. But now with the Jade Knight, that should really, really help. Or Mother Grizzly. Okay. Searching the Flintlock, that is 1500 attack. Which is bigger than a Mother Grizzly, I don't know if you know that. 1500 is more than 1400. What does Amerigo get here? Another Grizzly. So probably no creature swap or Mystic Box in hand. Shallow Grave. Invader. And Jade Knight. Handing over the Mother Grizzly. Will the AI know to attack the Invader here? That's the question. Oh, doesn't matter as the Launcher Spider is here. A massive 2200 attack from Layla. It's hard for Amerigo to steal with no board presence. Finally bringing Amerigo down to 5,350. Anything left here? Waboku possibly, but this might be it for game one on Layla's side. Nope. No trap. Means we're going to game two. Amerigo had a pretty good start there. Up so many life points. Up on board presence, but wasn't able to maintain it. Especially after the destruction of the Mushroom Man. But we'll see. Couple Jade Knights, a Delta Tri, a Fissure. So not a bad opener here from Layla. Amerigo with very defensive start. The second Shining Angel. Not good. Protects the Sangan here. Hey, forces the Fissure on a monster you don't really care about getting fissured. Mother Grizzly. Amerigo thanks. Sorry, I had a brain fart. Oh no, going straight for the 1500. Okay. I thought this was about to be a floater battle Layla was going to use, but she just said screw it. Goes immediately into Flintlock. Sorry, now my cat's trying to climb onto my lap. Destroying Flintlock, handing over the Mother Grizzly. Both floaters gonna activate for Amerigo. Unfortunately, that is an 1800 defense point monster, so whatever she goes into isn't getting destroyed here. Going into the Amoeba. Hey, if we see a creature swap or a Mystic Box, the Jade Knight's gonna do a lot. Or the Jade Knight's gonna swap for a lot. That being said, there's a second Jade Knight. Alright, Shining Angel in attack mode, so the question is, what's left here? It's to crash. What's this Shining Angel going to go into? Flintlock. Maybe being in attack mode can help protect the Amoeba, but I doubt it. Yep, the Jade Knight's willing to run it over. Yeah, I think that's a good fissure. You do not want to have that swapped over to you. This is Jade Knight picking up a Gradius. Okay. Oil Man, actually not bad here. Protection for the Flintlock. And card draw. How many more Momongas are we getting? Both. Putting Amerigo up on life points. Does Amerigo still have a rat in deck? No. Invader of the Throne Room. So now it's kind of dependent on Amerigo's draws. Okay, she is up in life points, but she's very down on board presence. And she's giving an additional attacker over. So we'll see how that works out. Trying to special summon the Oil Man. Just gets popped. I think that's a decent little strat there. Especially because, obviously, the AI knows about the nimble Momongas, so it's not afraid to attack them with low attack point monsters. Not choosing to equip the heavy, the mech platform to anything this turn. Despite everything. So that's gonna get hit. Here's where the damage can start to swing back into Layla's favor. Because, I mean, simply put, what's she got for defense? A Mushroom Man isn't it. Taking 4250 to the dome. If you're Layla here, you're very willing to give up 500 life points to see if she pays a grand total of 800 to get rid of this mushroom. Okay, well, Dark Hole's good and all, but, I mean, Delta Tri, I said, nope, just Gradius, just good old vanilla Gradius, getting it for 1200. Shallowgrave, Sangan. But I would have loved Invader of the Throne Room there. Had 1700 defense. So that means we're going to get another 2-0, this time from Layla. Oh, no, we're not. No, we're not. Sangan, because of the trap hole, that means Amerigo has a chance to come back. At 200 to 5,000, she still has a chance to come back. And there's the TT. And Jade Knight protects weak machines from trap cards. So Gradius will be taking the final kill. 2-0 Layla. Great TT with the Jade Knight on board. What a tremendous play. Another 2-0. Get a lot of 2-0s this event. Honestly, not one I expected. In my testing, Amerigo easily made top cut, and Layla wasn't even close. So this just shows, no matter how much testing you do, things can change. Samir versus Mari next, an Egyptian showdown. Very hyped to get into this. Samir choosing to go second. Be a very slow start, which isn't very good for Samir, but we'll have to see. Red Archery Girl overpowering the Millennium Seeker. Heart of the Underdog. Alright. We're getting the Millennium Seeker back. I assume to go into Millennium Shield. No, just setting up a defense. Actually, not terrible against Mari, depending. Well, there's Red Archery Girl, so that's enough. Just tornadoing the back row. Mari clearly not with a great hand here when setting off the Dust Tornado. Samir really wanting Sengenjin, but having to settle for the Millennium Shield. And there's a leg. Very funny thing about Master Duel is that Spellbinding Circle will appear on a few other cards, including Exodia, but Spellbinding Circle is not in Master Duel, which is very strange. Let's see, Giant Soldier Stone, Yoranzo. Something else I've realized, these tournaments are probably the most play Yoranzo's ever seen. Just pulling back the curtain a little bit, it's just kind of a middling monster that just ended up in a few decks, and I think that's very fun. Remember opening some McDonald's packs and getting one and not thinking anything of it, to be honest. Unlike the Millennium Shield, which was a big deal in those packs for sure. Okay, Mari not summoning monsters, can't play any spell traps. Millennium Seeker is just going to get run over by the Red Archery Girl here. Headless Knight. Reading its flavor text, very funny, it's a Bakura card. Oh, Giant Soldier of Stone. Another 2 draws. Alright, well, a good number of draws that turn. That Archer Girl popped, but Yoranzo still gets over. Using Jar of Greed and Headless Knight. Now this may be what Samir needs, as long as Mari doesn't draw more pieces. To hopefully get Sengenjin on the board. We know there's a right arm and a right leg, however. So they have at least 2. At least it's going to stop one draw of Heart of the Underdog. Still not 5 pieces. Getting back the Headless Knight. Now if that face down's a Jar of Greed, that's going to be very, very big here. Pot of Greed for Samir. Can he get a monster? Jar of Greed, and then the Jar Turtle getting another draw. Oh. no, that's so big. Samir almost was able to get Singenjin on board to hopefully start fighting back. But it's just not enough. And afraid of putting the holding legs in attack mode. Does Samir have any way out of this before he gets Exodia? I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Okay, actually, Mystic Tomato has 1400 attack. Only one extra draw there. Okay, this tomato was actually going to hold the board. And just gets fissured. And another Heart of the Underdog. Alright, yeah, Samir, I'm sorry, but I don't like your chances. Finally, the first damage of the game will be dealt on turn 25 by Giant Germ Effect. And then some battle damage in the same turn, but I mean, I think both players are going to end this game at a tremendously high number of life points by the time this Exodia activates. Okay, wait, Dark Coffin. Random card from hand. Dark Hole. Alright, wasn't an Exodia piece. Red Archery Girl allows 2 draws. And the Illusory Gentleman's going to be 2 more draws. That's an even number of cards in deck, so as long as they keep drawing vanilla monsters, they won't actually deck themselves. Choosing, however, only to go for 1 draw. Discarding 4 monsters. Still no Exodia after a 4 monster discard. And that's not a Dust Tornado and MST. There we go. On turn 29, we finally get Exodia with 5 cards left in deck. It's going to end game 1. Is Mari going to join a lot of the other recruits in 2-1, or is Samir going to pull something out here, choosing to go first? What's he hitting? The Widespread and not the Dark Coffin. Very, very bad here for Samir. The AI just sniping. At least this Widespread should get pretty good use against the Illusory Gentleman. Well, there's a second one. And now it's back. So Mari with a very good offense here with 2 1500 attackers. Drawing double Giant Germ. That's so unfortunate. Mari just getting a massive boost to their offense here. And only 1 Giant Germ to float. Anything Samir can reborn is just not going to be very much. I love that the AI just won't chain Jar of Greed for some reason. Mari this time going full beats. Putting Samir to 50. Can he draw anything here? The answer appears to be no. With 50 left, he's just going to summon the tomato. And there goes Mari's 2-0, this time only on turn 10. Mari 2-0ing Samir here. Means. Next up is Bane versus V. Demon versus Dryad, let's see it. Bane getting to go second might be good for him. Ooh, a tomato, an Axe of Despair, a Reborn, and a Dust Tornado. Depending on V's draw here, it's a really, really good start. Twin-Head Wolf, even better, especially if that's Flip Monster. Oh, Jar Turtle. Okay, still pretty good. 2,500 attack point Wolf, not bad. It's gonna be hard for any Muka Muka to get over at this point. Especially once Diabound comes down. Alright, looking at Tomato. Funny that it was Tomato instead of Whiptail Crow, but, you know. Yeah, now the Muka Mukas are too weak to compete with the axed up Twin-Headed Wolf. Now the Floater Battle, which isn't all that good here for V. Because Bane, oh, just choosing to go into the Wolf. Enraged Muka Muka wins that exchange. And then the Fissure comes down. Unfortunately for V here, there is a 1650 Fiend in Whiptail Crow. Choosing to clear their own board to get rid of the Whiptail Crow. We'll have to see if that works out for them. And then playing nothing. It must be an Enraged Muka Muka in hand. Dark Geroid, 1500 defense. Again, just nothing here. And there's Diabound. And Diabound has an axe. And Diabound grows bigger. 3,400 attack points. Is that a removal spell? No, Pot agreed. Yeah. Wisely not choosing to sacrifice Diabound to get the axe back. I think that's the correct play. Skelengel to draw a card, but you know, could do better, could do worse. No Solemn Wishes for you. Easily running over Jar Turtle. V with only 1,800 life points left. Diabound's such an overwhelming presence at this point. He has to hope these swords find a way. Ryukushin Power comes down. And just nothing. Bane with his one of Pot Agreed has played as many as V. Go at least something on the defense. Morphic Jar, okay. I think Bane did very well in this exchange, though. With a second Diabound into the Torrential. getting to trap hole Muka Muka here. However, I think Whiptail is going to put on a ton of pressure here. Down to 150. He's going to get 500, but, I mean, choosing to draw 3 with Avatar of the Pot. Twin-Headed Wolf still going to help put on just as much pressure as the Whiptail Crow did. V at 8 cards in deck. Choosing to pay 1,200 to make this a kill. I dig it. Moving on to game 2. I kind of forgot about the bark of the Dark Ruler there. That's what a good trap card's for, right? Setting a trap. Just a big Muka Muka. Unfortunately, with an Axe of Despair, ooh, and a Whiptail Crow, even bigger. This Crow with an Axe, going to put up a heck of a defense. Is Enraged bigger at this point? The answer's just barely at 2,800. Doria and Swords. Okay. An interesting combo. Choosing to just take 16 to clear the Enraged Muka Muka. Twin-Headed Wolf clearing the Avatar of the Pot. Alright, alright. I see you, Bane. Very willing to use his life points as a resource, if need be. Hatebuster, Bark of the Dark Ruler, and just running into things with New Doria. I guess all that matters is getting your opponent to 0. Which... Trap Hole's not great, and then it's going to get a proc of Solemn Wishes here and another one in the draw phase, meaning Twin-Headed Wolf really only dealt 500 last turn, and then gets fissured. Swords is down, at least New Doria's up. 900 deflected from Jar Turtle. The good news is if his New Doria stays around, he can overpower the turtle next turn with Diabound. There we go. Goes up to 24. However, V is starting to regain a good amount of life points from that Solemn Wishes. Gross Ghost. Diabound getting thrown over the Skelengel. Gross Ghost running over Muka Muka. Alright. Now V is going to be at 7,400. Make that 79. Almost full life points now. Bane has a lot of catching up to do, but when you have this good of field advantage with 2 Diabound, well, never mind. I would also give up a Skelengel for 2 Diabounds. V now very up on life. Popping the Bluff Duster. Okay, well. Good for both of them. fresh new hands. Saving the Axe of Despair, I think very good here on Bane's side. Because while V goes to 9,900, make that 10,400. And then into the swords. I was about to talk about how good of a position he was about to be in. At this point, maybe he just waits out the clock to see if V decks here. Because at this point, they just have everything. But crucially, they only have 9 cards left in deck. Make that 8. Enraged Muka Muka. Yeah, just gonna have to set up a defense here to see if you can beat a 3,200. Especially while it's behind swords. Oh, are you about to pay way too many life points? Is that your plan? Paying 800 to make that deflect? Okay. Seems the plan is just hold on. Not going to be able to beat their life points, not going to be able to beat their board advantage. Maybe he can just beat their deck. At least next turn, he's going to have a very good board presence. Ryukushin powered. Axe of Despair, that's 2,600. Only 5 cards left in deck for V, who needs to deal 2,750. It's gonna be so difficult with such a big Ryukushin powered on board. And a Harpies. Yeah, Death Tornadoing the axe. I think you're Bane here, you don't care. Dark Jared weakening itself for some reason. And not at least the rat or something. Air Knight Parshath dealing 1,500. It might be enough with the piercing. Bane's really got to make this last 3 more turns. But Parshath is so good here. No, that's gonna be game. I think. TT. Running into the Parshath to force V to draw. I didn't know the AI was capable of a play like that. V decks out. Bane 2-0s them. What a play. Bane, very convincing in his wins, I think. Especially with how good that last play was. Next up, Dart and the Mysterious 12. Dart seems very unsettled by the man in front of him, choosing, luckily for him, to get to go first. See how he does. Not a bad opening hand. Alright, getting wiped here. See how this floater battle's gonna go for them. Dart back into Mother Grizzly. 12 into another tomato. Dart, are we seeing another Grizzly here? Another Tomato? Yep. Now let's see what their decks offer. The answer is Beelzefrog and Sangan. However, Luna the Dark Spirit would be pretty good, but Deathfrog. 1900 attack. Gonna be very difficult to deal with. Oh wait, are we about to see Submarine Frog begin to shine? We are. A frog that deals piercing. Sangan getting a giant rat. Witch getting another Luna. Not bad here. Luna's gonna be able to clean up that Submarine Frog at the very least. Instead, 12 playing a little more patiently than that. Ah, especially with that TT. Dart, however, could start to put up a defense. This is where Luna starts to get that passive burn off. The AI not choosing to go in for the 400 chip. Knight Assailant. Okay. The return of the Deathfrog is going to mean big things here. And Unifrog going to clear the... Nope, just going to go for direct. Wasn't sure if it was going to clear the Knight Assailant or not. I think I probably would have done that, because you don't know whether or not 12 has anything good to tribute here. Reborning the Beelzefrog. Ooh, a second Deathfrog. Just cleaning up the face-ups. Dart seems to have control, at least for the time being. The Assailant does take out one frog, but that's only one. 1,700 damage in return. Probably worth it in the end, but it's gotta hurt. Losing the Swords of Concealing Light. He's gonna lose the Luna as well. Does 12 have anything to offer here? Oh yes, the Flash Assailant would have been good if not for the Torrential. Fortunately, Dart without a follow-up. Without a follow-up as well. Have they exhausted themselves of monsters? They've both gone through a lot of floaters. I know 12 still has some, but we'll have to see. Beelzefrog, no tadpoles engraved, but still 1,200 damage. Puts a 3-turn clock here. Oh, 2k Flash Assailant. Pretty good. It's gonna have to force this fissure here. Oh, it's gonna do the Dark Hole instead. Alright. I mean, either way, getting one monster off the board doesn't really matter. Pyramid Turtle, 12. This will definitely get the fissure at this point. at least Treeborn comes back, but 2k Flash Assailant. Not even a Death Frog gets through it now. So what can you do here if you're Dart? The answer is look for something. It is the last Flash Assailant. So maybe there's a way out of this. I mean, there's a couple, but the Death Frog's only 1900. Not even going for the Death Frog to try and clear up the Giant Rat, which I think I respect. I think that's a good play. Actually, I think a great play here. Not letting Dart destroy the Dark Assailant to allow for the total of 3,400 to Dart here? No. Even wilder, Rat just to defense. Are we seeing Tadpole set? We're just seeing Tadpole set. Is this going to be the end of Dart in game 1? I think that's going to be it. Yep. Treeborn comes back, but Tadpole and attack, a very quick admission of game being over. Flash Assailant gonna take game 1, headed to game 2. 12, very surprising in this. You know, not the deck he wants. Not even his deck really. But his Assassin deck already doing very, very well. Right, just a swords to hold off with the frog. I don't blame him for that play. Man, 12 has just had Dart's number this whole match. It's incredible. The last game was so slow and methodical, but this one is just getting straight to it. Nobleman. Another 3,000 to the face after that. Not sure, how he recovers. That's it. Dart is going down 2-0 to 12. That's it. 12 seems reasonably pleased with himself. Dart seems shook. Another 2-0, this time by 12. Meaning the last match for round 3 is going to be Tanya versus Quan. Rocks versus Pseudo Rocks. Let's see. Quan is a pretty rock-based deck. He's got a few non-rock cards in there, but poor Quan, that back row not sticking around. The trap hole would have been nice, so would the castle walls. Okay, block spiders set up a lock normally. This time not doing it, however. Fissuring back. Blockman for 1,000. Unfortunately for Quan, Tanya has the premature burial. Getting back the elephant statue. And the Moai has 1,100. Not even 1,000 attack for good measure. This could be early very quickly for... This could be over pretty early here for Quan. You can tell it's late. I'm fumbling my words. I have to see what else is left. Can the elephant get over the face down? Yes, it's only a toy knight, meaning 2,200 to the face here. Does Quan have any sort of comeback? Sending the Rock Spirit for 500 damage. If Tanya draws a monster, she does not. She's gonna rare gold armor up the elephants and deal 3,700 in total, dropping Quan down to 11. There we go. Go no go, but I'm. Unfortunately, while it did out the elephant, just took too much damage there. And elephant comes in and deals with Quan in game one. Those would have been a very good play had Quan had more life points. A very inventive play. Let's see if Tanya makes this another 2-0, or if Quan can turn this around and make it at least a match. Just a set pass from Quan, however, Tanya with a very slow-looking hand. It depends on this pot of greed, however. Okay, the Feather Duster just to clear out the bluff pre-met there. Millennium Golem, though, that's going to be hard to overcome. At least a Ahsoka Pillar is 2,200. But it will cost Tanya should it actually get removed from the board. The Interceptor Cannons dealing a little bit of damage, going face down. The Millennium Golem can't beat it, so that makes sense. Just go no-go. Setting another Ahsoka Pillar. Gonna see Millennium Golem go into it. No seeing. Go no-go. It's a lot of deflected damage. Go again. Another large deflection. Deal a little bit of damage here. I think I like that from Tanya. Because this probably also forces... well, never mind. Let's say this also probably forces the Toy Knight into attack mode. However, we are going to start to see, I assume, Tanya clean up little bits of this board here and there. 500 damage, then the cannons and the Giant Soldier of Stone. – Very good patient play from Tanya here. Millennium Golem back in attack mode. Probably where it belongs to be. Skull Dice, let's find it out. A 3, still enough. If she had attacked with the Giant Soldier of Stone, I mean, that could have really worked out. 500 burn. She just needs to out the Millennium Golem, which is admittedly difficult with her deck. Never mind, she drew the Fissure as soon as I said that. And the Wasteland for the extra boost of power. Choosing to go in with a Ahsoka Pillar. Is that going to be enough? It looks like it is. Tanya beating Quan 2-0 in the Rock matchup. Tanya 2-0 over Quan. Means it's going to be the end of round 3 and on to round 4. Very excited to get into them. The first 3-0 match is going to be Panay versus Lacey. Alright, for beginning round 4, we got Panay versus Lacey. Let's see how it goes. Whoever wins this is almost certainly guaranteed to make it into top cut. Not a good opening hand here from Panay, however. Lacey with the Sogen face down in a Leotard. Not bad. See what the Pot of Greed gets. Yeah, I think that's a good play. Because you don't want to really lose all those life points running Newdoria into Leotard. And it ends up... Oh, okay. I guess we'll factor there. You can still reborn the Newdoria back. Not great, though. Oh, actually, duh, that's way better. Because that's not going to trigger Leotard's effect. Metamorph it up. Actually, that was a tremendous play from Panay's side. This kid's got game for sure. Like, just... he's been playing out of his mind. Leotard now. He does have to beat another Leotard, which is going to be an issue. Harpy, Sogen. Might save him some life points. Now the best thing the Giant Germ does here is starts to thin the deck a little bit because Red Eyes is a completely dead, or Red Eyes Black Metal is a completely dead card in hand, so 2 Giant Germs out means maybe he draws into a Zoa or a Red Eyes soon. And there he is. Right on cue. 2600 is going to be hard for Lacey to manage at this point, unless she can get some sort of smashing. She's already down to smashing ground. But, you know, maybe she gets another one. Maybe she survives this turn by 100. Now she needs Dark Hole, maybe? Okay, Cat's Ear Tribe is not going to do it, as long as the AI is willing to crash here. And is Zoa's going to take game 1 over Lacey. Very strong opener here from Panay. Can he go up to 4-0? I'm going to tell you right now, it's a deck that really underperformed in testing, but it's really, really stepped up here. Lacey going first. An interesting decision on her end. However, Leotard's pretty good. Panay with the Newdoria, however. Would need to find some way to get rid of a Zoa for that Soul Resurrection to actually go off. Well, doesn't matter anymore. Here's the problem is, Dokoichi's actually bigger than Beaver Warrior, so... Oh, well, okay. That means Beaver Warrior may eat eats an entire Dark Hole here. Really good positioning here from Lacey. Abare Ushoni, gonna get the flip this time. Yes, 1000 burn. However, still smaller than Dokoichi and a trap hole for backup. Panay may be able to start to set himself up here a little bit. Trap holing Leotard, which is huge. Able to get another monster? No, but again, Fissure's not bad. If Lacey plays anything here, even if it does take out Dokoichi, at least he'll be able to clear the board. Oof, Katsir Tribe, however, is defensive. Willing to fissure this? Actually would have loved to have seen Giant Germ run in. Would have been an extra 2,000 damage. And left 2 monsters on board for Zoa. I think that would have immediately sealed the game. Yeah, would have given a great position here. Now he's going to have to hope that the Giant Germs are going to be enough. Another thing he could have done, run in the Giant Germ. Take a lot of damage, but gotten Zoa on board there. Well, this works too. Because she didn't play another monster. Zoa does beat Nekogal number 2. Every time I think Panay might have lost a step, he manages to get something else going. Up by 1,200 life points with a Zoa and a Dust Tornado. Can she pog her way out of this? Yes! Smashing ground. Very, very close game here. But Panay does have the swords to allow him to stall just a little bit. Lacey does not have the Harpies at this point, so it's gonna have to... Alright, Soul X. And the Battle Ox, alright. Panay's last turn to try and get something set up. Metal morphing the Dokoichi. Lacey with her own swords. Oof, drawing into black metal. At least Zoa's on board again. Lacey with nothing to play. And the Metal Morph. No. Tries to run into it, ends up crashing. And Panay drawing into the final Zoa, meaning nothing on board. Can Lacey get anything to finish this up here and go to game 3? No. This is where Panay has trouble. Oh. Dark Effigy. I was about to say, his deck is full of 2 tribute monsters, but only to go directly into the Effigy. And the Reborn, that's gonna be it. Zoa for good measure. The attack boost from Leotard working. Meaning Panay's got a 2-0 Lacey. Incredible. Okay. Panay takes it 2-0 over Lacey. That's a big one. Lacey still with a great chance of making it to the top. Next, Tay versus Alex. Here we go. Tay, who I think we all expected to be here. Alex, who I don't think anyone expected to be here. Can't underestimate them clearly, however. And they are choosing to go first. Getting a Robo Lady, a Robo Yaru immediately. However, I think we know how this is about to go. No. No Dark Hole. Wow. I was expecting Dark Hole into a 1600 attack point monster, but Robo Lady and Robo Yaru. Now I think we're going to be seeing that Dark Hole. Just a hunch. But Alex with 29 to the face. Pretty good here. However, I'm not sure how they come back from this at this point. I assume we're seeing the Grave Oja here. Yep. Grave Oja going to be very much a pain in the butt here. Well, Overdrive will not do as much as you'd hope, but... Oh, just willing to crash? Just willing to crash. This is where the Royal Keeper starts to get a little out of control. Does Alex have anything for it? Oof. We might be seeing a quick game one here. One more attack here from Tay's side. Alex not with great defense on their monsters, so... Yep, Roboyaru. Such a promising start from Alex, but they really needed to go second there, I think. Just a little more chip, at least it's some way to get the Robo Lady to hand. They thin their deck. Can they pull anything off right here? Swords is something to do. All right. Oh, nope. Grave Oja might end it here. Does the AI see that? Nope. Nope, the AI saw a different kill. They gave up a surefire kill for no reason, just to gamble. And it worked. Tay takes game one over Alex. However, I don't think Alex is going to be completely out of this. They have a field spell that lowers Earth Monster's defense, and a lot of what Tay's got going on is going to be Earth Monsters. And not a great starting hand here. Having Tay go first is scary, though. Because if that's a high defense monster, you know, we know it's not this time, but that could have been very, very bad. What's this back row pop? Cybernetic Zone, okay. leave the Storm of Scarabs in attack mode. Allows Alex to get a Robo Lady. Oh, getting the Poly. Robo Lady, Robo Yaru, into the Super Robo Yaru. Overdrive, Fusion Weapon, insane. 3,200 damage from the Super Robo Yaru. Overdrive, clearing up. That means what we may see here is the messiest possible play from Tay, if she's willing to do it. No. Is Alex gonna tag here? Yep. And just like that, Alex takes game 3 on turn 6. Alex continues to impress in this event. Does the Robo Yaru deck have what it takes to go 4-0? Or is it going to be Pac-Man? Great opener here from Tay, who chose to go first. And a good save from the Solemn here. Putting up the swords. Tay now has Solemn back up for whatever she chooses to do. Which is get up a Wandering Mummy. Gets to start dealing a little burn here with the Grave Oja. Really, yeah, I've got no arguments with that play, actually. Clearing up the back row. Got the Torrential first. Just like that, they are both under half life points. Can Alex claw their way out of this? The answer may be an unfortunate no here. And despite how the last game went, Tay is going to take this 2-1 over Alex, but this was just haymaker after haymaker. I don't think you feel bad about that one if you're Alex at all. I think you are very proud of that. And we'll move on to the bracket. So, Tay going 2-1 over Alex. Really, really fun match. Next will be one of, I guarantee it's going to be one of the crazier matches. Two of the most powerful decks we have left in this 3-0 bracket, Mikana and 13. Let's do it. We're going to get this from the side of Mikana's Pyro deck. How's it going to go? Not a great opener here from Mikana. Molten Zombie is 1600, so it's something. Not agreed. Wolf Axe Wielder beats it by 50. Oh, actually, very fun here from 13 to draw a card because he brought it back from the graveyard. Dark Hole. Mikana, I think, could be one of the best fights to be put up against 13, so we're going to have to see how this goes. And Beast of Talwar. Not getting the Search with Priestess, unfortunate. I really, really would have liked to have seen him get that, but turning Beast of Talwar into a Pyro. 13 with the Harpies. This might be over for Mikana's game 1 at the very least. Yep, almost there. Unfortunately, out of no Dark Hole, no swords. Yep, Solar Flare Dragon ain't it. Looks like we are going to game 2. Thirteen's monsters just massive. Didn't even need the Knight of the Red Lotus. Hope to see if Mikana can pull this back. Alright. Some ways to clear stuff up here from Mikana. Bonfire, pretty good. Getting Spearhead. Is that back row? MST. Oh, unfortunate. One of the only defensive monsters in 13's deck, but a lot of his monsters aren't going to beat over a 1700. Well, Fisher's pretty good. Getting to widespread the Wolf Axe Wielder. No back row. Means Solar Flare actually will get in a good attack here. Spearhead for 17. Just setting. That's not another Giant Soldier Stone. Mikana may actually start to be able to get the board presence. Alright, well, Robotic Knight also has it. 16 or 1800 defense. Alright, more defense. Into the Knight of the Red Lotus. Well, at least that Dark Hole's been sitting in hand for a while. So there's always that going for him, but... Oh, and a Solar Flare? Okay. With that 500 burn, able to drop 13 down to 46. Robotic Knight beats it by 100. Just to get the backfire burn, I guess. I think at that point you still crash the Molten Zombie and hope. Alright, well. Another Giant Soldier of Stone. Mikana's just got to beat these little bumps of defense. Little bit of burn here from backfire. Now there's two 1600s, so it might be... Oh, there we go. Finally, it took some finagling, and then the Solemn. But this makes backfire a huge problem. Willing to crash to get the 500 backfire burn. Now it's up to 13 to do something before... Well, okay. Sometimes doing something is just normal summoning a monster. It's gonna be Mikana's last straw to figure out something. Nope, that's gonna be it. It looks like 13 is going to 2-0 here. Or not, out of fear of the backfire. The AI is afraid of defense right now. Life point's so low that 13 is actually being forced to back off. Okay, no longer. With 50 life points left, 13's gonna take it, a 2-0. Mikana almost had it. Can he still get to this without stumbling at the finish line again? Mikana tried, but 13 ultimately taking the 2-0. Meaning we are moving into the last potential undefeated game, as Case has been pared down. Will he remain undefeated against Xiaoxing? And here we are. Case versus Xiaoxing. Case going second. It's going to be very interesting to see how this goes. Two very strong decks in practice. Ooh, opening Little Trooper actually not that bad. Probably gonna play the Kojikosi instead, but... Rhoda into Kojikosi. Ooh, immediately going into the Fox. Case gonna need something big here to pull this out. And the Pyramid Turtle. Okay, well, I know the AI is not just gonna run. Drawing the second Little Trooper so bad. Didn't even play it in defense. Well, at least the AI picked a bad order to attack in. So bad that she didn't even attack with the Decayed Commander. The third Little Trooper. It's better than nothing, but that's just a super terrible order of draws. And then at least the AI likes to arbitrarily summon, so there's still a monster on board, but two nine-tailed foxes is going to be so hard to deal with. Little Trooper going to stay alive here, because I imagine the AI is going to attack in again. Yeah, Kojikosi, I probably still would have gotten another Warrior Lady there, but... drew into it. Case's draws have been not good this game at all. At least no matter what happens, there's two monsters left on board. He's got a couple options here. Try and draw Marauding Captain or a Tribute monster. The big problem is these Fox tokens. Alright, well. 13, another 15. Oh no. Only another 1,000, but that's gonna rip the little trooper out of hand. Xiaoxing only taking 200. Might be able to clear this entire game up this turn. Yep. That's it. Case with just some unfortunate draws. And the Nine-Tailed Fox taking it. We're going to head into game 2. You just have to wonder, can he wrap this up? And then just a handful of removal. Case just opening half of his deck every time, and it's just never a half that works well together. Alright, well. I guess that was good. That could have set her up for a Great Mammoth. Didn't. So keep some zombies out of the graveyard. Exiled Force again. Unfortunately, we know she has Snake Hair in hand. So this Exiled Force isn't going to do that much. And 1,600. Alright, well. At least for Case here, he has the Fissure. But, I mean, Exiled Force again is not very big. And whatever comes out here is getting TT'd, so... Now that Case is almost out of removal, he's got to get something on board immediately. Rhoda into Kojikosi. He's brought her down to 4,500. She's still got 2 cards in hand, however. Can any of them beat Kojikosi? Yes, because Pyramid Turtle goes back into the Fox. Nothing to play. $42. Staying alive one more turn is Case. And unfortunately, it looks like that's it. There will only be 3 undefeated players heading into the final 2 rounds, as Xiaoxing 2-0's Case. With that, Xiaoxing unfortunately having to bring Case down to keep up her results. Next, we are heading into Yukio versus Angela, someone who's technically undefeated versus someone who plays very well. Here we go, the world champion versus Angela. Let's check it out. Yukio going first. Searching up the Stratos. Stratos, I assume, for Stratos here. Alright, just at 1,800. With a Fissure Bluff. A decent enough little opener here from the champ. Oof, with the Cestus of Dalga, however. 300 life on the Shining Abyss. Alright, well that'll do a lot. Searching another Stratos. Ivyborn for the Stratos, meaning gonna get another search, right? Yep. Another Avion. They're nice to take out of the deck. Just like that, Yukio regains control. Swords by Angela. I mean, you gotta get around the Stratoses. This makes sense to me. To the Great Tornado. Here's the question. Is Stratos gonna pop that Swords? No. Probably could have wrapped the game up, but that's alright. Shining Angel. Alright. I guess that was an alright way to get a monster off the board. If you're Angela, I don't think you're in a great position here. Especially because the Avion can beat over that light effigy. And then I imagine here we see the board cleared. Nope, Spirit of the Harp. Has to eat 2 attacks. Another Spirit of the Harp. Alright, we'll manage to keep 3 attacks down. Alright, well, Yukio making it seem pretty easy. As he takes game 1 over Angela. Honestly, it was very hard to commentate just because it was pretty straightforward. Alright, getting to go first. Getting to search Stratos, and I assume we're Stratos for Stratos here as well. The Bluff Swords. I don't love that, but... Dark Hole. And MST. Alright, this could clean everything up. Just a Shining Angel. I mean, it's going to allow board presence, but... not the best. Oh, excuse me. Stratos and Lady Ninja Eye. It's going to be big damage here after cutting that Angel in half. Popping the back row. Pretty good damage, ending on a light effigy. Smashing ground, alright. Double smashing ground. Okay. Light effigy getting it for 15. Angela's still got some fight. Forgiving Maiden. This little wind guard's gonna put up a defense here. Oh, clear the Forgiving Maiden, but I mean, right now it feels like a waiting game for Wingweaver. Or Cestus of Dalga. Speaking of, alright, well, at this point, Yukio needs removal. I mean, a 2000 beater that will occasionally gain life, it's going to be really hard to clear. Even harder to clear is a 2500 that will occasionally gain life. Alright. Slowly losing access to Great Tornado, which really sucks. Angela's just not getting anything else to help her clear up the board. Reborn on Stratos. Stratos can only search Avion, unfortunately. Being out of Stratos really hurts there. A third Cestus of Dalga. Is this going to be it for game 2? It feels like this might be it. I mean... Okay, Feather Duster's pretty good. It doesn't save him, but it at least stops it from being so big. Looking at 2 more turns. Oh, okay. Hold on. Chaos Rider going to 2k. Waboku gonna protect. Both players with some life left in them. Just counting on him running out of spells. However, Combo Fighter, 1600 attack. So while the Chaos Rider still could have beaten over 1 light effigy, probably should have. Into the Dark Witch, alright. Featherwind, unfortunately, is only for Avion. Gonna clear the Dark Witch. Featherwind's still fine to see if she'll waste spell trap removal on it. With the Teleswing token. Makes Wingweaver a real possibility here. Now I think it is probably just over. It's the last Avion. It was a long one, but I'm pretty confident we're going to game 3 here. Yeah, Chaos Rider for some damage, but... There it is, yep. So this is game on board, meaning we are finally going to game 3. Light Effigy. Really the MVP of Angela's round. Will this be Yukio's first loss? Really? I mean, obviously he quote-unquote lost a case, but... Going first again. Shining Angel, alright. Getting Solemned. Not sure I completely love that, because Little Wingard did have enough defense, but... Stratos getting Trap Hold. However, this means we're going to get a second Stratos search in one turn, I assume. Yep. Stratos for Stratos again. Then with Wingard's defensive ability, it's going to be pretty good, I think. 2 1800s can be really hard to deal with. Smashing Ground taking out the little Wingard. The Cestus of Dalga. Okay. Give 100 life points to Angela here. Alright, well, I think that was exactly the wrong play here. Okay, you know what? Got there in the end, got to TT. That means the Cestus is useless in hand, at least for now. Getting the Avion. And with the MST face down, if something does come down thinking it's big enough, or the Dust Tornado is big enough. Okay, probably looking at a Spirit of the Harp face down. Forgiving Maiden, maybe. Forgiving Maiden, alright. Very close life point wise. Okay, well, you know what? That's probably good, actually. Avion, thanks to the counter trap, actually not bad at all. Okay, gets rid of the Cestus. However, it's still at 2k, so... 2 monsters going down this turn. Yukio needs to find a way to clean this up. Polly a turn too late, no elemental heroes in hand. Down by 300 here against Angela. Now down by 900. She's got something in the back row. Rhoda. What does the AI get here? The AI gets Avion. To go into Great Tornado. That right there deals 1800. Now putting him up by 900. Does Angela have anything left in the tank for Great Tornado? The answer, I think, is no. Meaning Yukio, with the comeback, 2-1 over Angela. Though a crazy fun game there from Angela. You have to give it to her. So, Angela fought hard, but was not able to beat the world champ. Next, Emery versus Lola. Should be a very, very fun one. Guardians versus Thunders. Both players fighting to maintain a good position here. But not a good opener here from Emery. And a Thunder Nyan Nyan for Lola here. Yeah, it's a decent Dark Hole. Dark Rabbit's got an axe, so 16's okay. Not a ton that's going to beat over that very easily. Well, that'll do it. sized monsters, all things considered. Vanilla will hold the board. However, it's going to be 1,000 extra life points at a time. And deck thinning away the Thunder Dragons. May even see a tribute summon here if they decide that's worth it. No. Polymerization's way better, actually. Is there another monster in hand? Yes. Thankfully for Emery, Plasma Ball goes away and the Vanilla took an attack, but this looks like it may be over in game 1. Alright, yep, straightforward. We're done. That is exact lethal on board, putting Lola back almost to full life. Lola with the quick victory here, but we've seen Emery do well before, so I don't doubt that they've got another shot at pulling this back in the last 2 games. Emery choosing to go second might be good. It's all going to really depend on Lola's openers. Opens Thunder Dragon. Gets to search both of them. And reborning a Thunder Dragon would honestly normally be pretty good, I think. If not for the Arsenal Summoner Gravity Axe that's coming down. Double Gravity Axe. Now, if Lola doesn't draw a Poly or a King of the Swamp here, she's going to be pretty behind pretty quick. I wonder what the AI Armory calls here for. Probably the Gravity Axe? Oof. Okay. Not Armory calling on attack for some reason. Hopefully Emery can get something pretty quick, but those life points are going to start adding up. Unfortunately, Iatos is gonna have to find a way to clear the graveyard out first. Okay, getting back the Arsenal Summoner. Alright, hard summoning Iatos. Very nice. Stopping the healing. And getting an equip card on Iatos. Both good things here. Lola leaving the Plasma Ball in attack mode. Getting to special summon the Grarl here. And some protection on it. Alright, well, despite that Game 1, I'm thinking Game 2 is about to pretty easily go. Well, swords can stall for an answer. It's going to take more than a twin-headed to get out of this particular position. Yeah, okay, Judgment of Thunder will do a lot. since Guardian KS is immune to spells, that was just absolutely allowed to happen, which is... I love when KS gets to do these random things. I'm not gonna lie to you, that's most of why she stays in the deck. She's not good enough, normally, but... doesn't choose to get in for another 1,000. And here it comes. It just enough stalling got done. For the twin-headed Thunder Dragon. Death Tornado popping the trap hole. Alright, well. Now that this is the case, what can Emery do here? Weakening Thunder Dragon is okay, but, I mean... the big problem at the moment is Emery is out of gravity axes, so they can't really overpower Twin-Headed right now, even if it's only at 18. So they just need to draw into something quick. Well, one turn left thanks to the Thunder and Yan Yan. Kotetsu eats an attack. Pulls out a seal. Alright, well, 200 life points left. You need specifically a board wipe here. And no, that is going to be it. Lola's going to take it 2-0. Yeah, unfortunately, KS can't actually defend these attacks. 2,000 direct damage. And they fought, but Thunders are just too good right now. And Emery getting 2-0'd. Meaning the next game is going to be the next Dunder sister. Leo will be taking on Layla Dunder. Leo been doing very well. Layla, after her first round loss, has had a great comeback so far. Spaceships versus all of Leo's favorite art. Okay, Time Machining back the Oil Man. Unfortunately, there's both a TT and a trap hole, so... oh yeah, somebody's getting TT here. And Dark Hole. Leo's not powerful, but he's just gonna keep drawing his removal, I guess. And unlike the case game earlier, it might work out. Rift 4 for 12. Sea Common stuck in attack mode. When it finally does get destroyed, that Flint is gonna move around. Trap-holing the Grappler, a good move. Not choosing to stay aggressive with the Griffor. Might be a problem for Leo here. You might end up wanting that 1200. Especially because Griffor gets shield crushed. Really good news is she ends up flinting her own Gradius, but that's the key part of the spell, right? Is it moves from monster to monster. Mournfin in hand, so Leo's got his his big boss. And return Darkhold. The Dark Mirror Force. Now the board is clear. The question is, will Morinfen be able to beat over whatever this is? No. $1,800 defense on Jade Knight. Surprisingly good. But a couple of battle traps here. Leo's just got to wait for his lucky Iron Axe, so I don't think he's in a bad position, regardless. Just keep clearing out the Cyber Raiders. And it will be able to keep her off of the potential Launcher Spider if Morinfen can just keep going. Oof, the Flint. There we go. That's going to stop the Morinfen attacks and weaken him. Now free of Flint, but, I mean, Morinfen versus Jade Knight is not a usual standoff. The Flintlock just a little late, would have started to try and get any control over this board. The AI not choosing to tribute a witch for Morinfen, because they just don't do that under swords for some reason. Morinfen to defense, potentially baiting something here. However, Layla not going for it. Dark Mirror Force getting rid of both of the Jade Knights and dealing 300 from the Delta Tri. We're about to see a big swing from Leo here, who draws another Morinfen. Gets to bring back Yoranzo. Gets a search off the witch. Is it game over? It is, by 100. Just took one mistake from Layla there. And Leo was able to take that advantage, but it's only game one. Alright, Flintlock, a good opener. The Lucky Iron Axe about to put in real work here. And choosing to get the Flintlock, which I think is a great choice. I mean, it's 1500 attack, more than most of his monsters. Getting to take the Lucky Iron Axe and put the Flint on the Flintlock. You have to wonder how Leo likes his position here, and the answer is he probably doesn't. At least the Cyber Raider can't attack. Shining Angel giving up the Ghost. Flintlock getting to clear out the Sea Common. A very funny sentence. Leo really needs Morinfen here. Clearing out the Mirror Force. Flint on Flintlock, of course, not actually mattering. Then the whole board completely gone. Choosing not to go in with Morinfen, going in for the extra damage, I respect it. Only 3,800 left, which is exactly how much is on board. See the Griff, yep. In comes Morinfen. Dealing just a little bit more damage. We once again see Leo has lethal, so if Layla has nothing, it is game over. We have Flint on Morinfen to stop attacks. That clears Flint. That's a way to do it. What a great play by Leo. Keeping Layla on the defensive, which her deck does not like. And there we go. The 100 from the DD trainer means Game 2 goes to Leo. The 2-0 Leo. Unfortunate for Layla, as we head into Picrew versus Renell. I think this could be the first time we're getting Picrew's POV, as we see her take on Renell. Rising Air Current, setting up just a massive Mantis here. What a huge turn from Renell, but Picrew about to get the response with an interesting choice there. I think I would have rather kept the 1,500 on board, but, you know, because she did that, I thought she wasn't about to Dark Hole. Helping Robo, getting in for 1,600. Unfortunately, with the Picrew and Brick, her deck doesn't do that often. Time Eater, dropping Picrew to 900. And pretty quick Game 1 here from Renell. Not needing to do any of her locking, nothing like that. Hopefully for Picrew, she could turn this around. See how no main phase 2 will affect Picrew here. Unfortunately, opening with her weakest monster, drawing the one of. I will let you know right now, that is a 1 of, just to fill out her deck, opening it 2 games in a row. It's not great. And didn't play the Verdant Sanctuary. And then helping Robo with Gravity Blaster. At least the Flying Kamakiri is here. About to get a lot going through the deck here. Searching the Garochin. Going ahead and gonna choose to cycle through all the Flying Kamakiris. Sometimes you just want the draw and the search. Let's hope it's going to be enough for Baru here. Because unfortunately that Helping Robo is about to go to 24. Are you willing to crash? No. And the Time Seal. Unfortunately, by not crashing, I think Baru's going to be left way behind here. And that Rising Air Current going to lower... Well, Guard Mantis' defense doesn't matter so much right now. Helping Robo, this might just be over here. Baru, a strong contender with a strong start. And yeah, that's it. Baru getting 2-0'd by Renell. Losing everything. Maybe the most surprising 2-0. I would have expected this to get a game 3. Alright. Not on my bingo card was Baru not only being 2-2, but getting 2-0'd by Renell. But to see if she can bounce back. Next up, Kalia versus Tanya. Alright. Kalia and Tanya. 2 decks that don't mind going the distance, who have to see who's better at it. Still reeling after that last game, but Kalia not with a bad opening here. Especially when Tanya's going to set 2 face down, this could be a good Harpies. Okay, well, never mind, just the 1. Less of a good Harpies now. Got the TT. Unfortunately, I imagine Kalia sacrifices the castle here for Pumpkin, even though you definitely want them both on board. Get the cannons. Here's where Golem Sentry's about to become a problem, though. Because the AI is about to just summon Pumpkin directly into it. Are you gonna attack over the... Nope. Sometimes the AI just sees damage instead of doing something to protect itself. Does that. I think the AI is just about to get stuck here. The Golem Sentry with the 1800 defense is just so much to deal with. The Tanya may be able to just start chipping away. Kalia needs to find a way to stick a monster on board. Otherwise she's just going to keep going down 800 at a time. Oh, this accelerates it quite a bit, actually. About 2,500 instead. Unfortunately, nothing in the graveyard at all. And Wasteland are going to be just enough to pump the rocks. For exact lethal, Tanya taking game 1 off the back of a Golem Sentry. Kalia, I don't see rolling over that easily. Again. Let's see. Not terrible opener here. Don't know if it's best to let Tanya go first, but I guess we'll see. Elephant statue. Getting rid of the other elephant statue of disaster. Not gaining any ground yet, but choosing to give the turtle to go into return zombie. Oh, okay, no, well, I was about to say I see it because you know you're trading off monsters in graveyard, but I mean a 1700 Shadow Ghoul is still pretty good. 1600 Shadow Ghoul, not quite as good. Now just a bit of a defensive showdown. Oh, never mind. Double Rock Spirit. No cards in hand, able to keep the reborn zombie alive. The Rock Spirit's going to clean up Shadow Ghoul, deal some damage. Them both wanting to have empty hands and leave the reborn zombie in attack mode. Yeah, you know what? I think that's a good dark hole. I got the Book of Life, Shadow Ghoul, yeah, and getting rid of a Rock Spirit here. They're both basically out of resources, so now you have to love Kalia's position. Drawing 2 cards and playing nothing. Huge oof there. Interceptor cannons. Kalia needs a couple of more monsters in the graveyard. You know what? I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm not into that Solemn. I think I would have rather had the life points in this scenario. Kalia needing to get something done here. Strung into pumpkins. Question is, does Tanya have her own way to beat a 1900 attack point monster left somewhere in her deck? Well, you know what, if the AI sees the pumpkin play, maybe? Okay, this is gonna go down from the Moai, but it at least did clear, so there's that. Now the swords. Drawing into every tribute monster is crazy. Poison Mummy for burn. But will the AI go after the Golem Sentry? Swords isn't down yet. Okay, well, at least I don't think Kalia tribute summons here. Oh, the Rock Spirit's gonna go... Nope, she does tribute summon for some reason. The one time she does it is into Golem Sentry. Searching the autonomous action unit to bring back Reborn Zombie. Tanya going to 2-0 Kalia here. Another wild 2-0. From the rocks. And that is 2-0 Tanya. She's having a great comeback here. Meaning next up is Bane versus Mari. Fiends versus Exodia. Bane still needs to figure his stuff out, but that's okay. Mari looking for a comeback since that big, first episode win. Ghost not going to get through that giant soldier. This is actually going to be great for Bane here. Going to be able to establish Diabound most likely in the next turn. Well, the return swords, that will slow the Diabound down actually. Choosing, yeah, I think this is a better play, choosing to go Tomato, switch the Gross Ghost. Twin-Headed Wolf, slight upgrade over that Headless Knight. I do like Bane's position here. Dark Geroid not actually summoned, so not going to get its effect off. And the Ryukushin powered. Alright. Now Now it's gonna take a couple of turns to get through this wall on Bane's side. That should be okay. Do wish the AI had given the axe to anything but Diabound, because most of these attacks will be able to Diabound to get through. Does Ryukshin powered win this attack here? It does. Unfortunately, attack with one-headed wolf first. Mari now completely empty on a very large board. Another Ryukshin powered. I think this might be game or close to it. Yeah, I'm really valuing the extra attack points there. It could have been game, but Bane extending it a little longer artificially. Meaning a lucky set of draws here gets Mari out of it. Doesn't look like it. Are we gonna see game one go to Bane? Looks like it. Bane dealing 4,200 damage, taking game one. But it is just game one. We'll have to see how game two goes. Mari choosing to go first. Whiptail Crow not quite getting through that. And Fissure. Return TT, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Just drawing into Karibo, which unfortunately is the one-for-one target, so Bane just down a card in hand. And comes the Whiptail Crow. Mari going on the offensive. Yeah, I think game one may be going to Mari here. Okay, hold on. Ryukshin powered may have a chance, depending on how the AI plays this Bark of Dark Ruler. We know they usually like to pay a bunch of life points. Stopping the draw here. Paying a full 1,600. Don't love that. But at least Diabound can start tearing through the board at this point. Starting with the Illusory Gentleman. Yeah, the AI only needed to pay like 1,200 there, but rebound about to go crazy. Harpies, yep. I know some people wondering why I use Harpies over Heavy Storm. Simply put, I just like it better. 2,800 directly here from the Mystic Tomatoes. And with that, Bane is going to get the next 2-0 over Mari. This has just been a handful of Exodia pieces. Another 4,200 attack point victory. Bane on a roll today. Alright, the next 2-0. Bane over Mari. As we head into the next match of 12 versus Mark. Here we go, 12 versus Mark, with 12 going second. Lots of big questions here. Mark with just a set pass, that is not a good opening for him. And we can see the Nobleman to immediately take advantage. And a Giant Rat for 14. Well, not a dominating opening by 12 here. It's not a good one for Mark. Maybe he's got a handful of removal. Just a handful of monsters, I guess. Well, Noble Arms can't attack, but still pretty good. And I mean, we're gonna see Obnoxious get fissured. Setting a Witch. Not bad here for 12. Getting another monster out of hand. Oh, okay. There we go. Noble Arms. I love how purposefully anti-synergistic Noble Arms is here. I don't love the Pot of Greed when you've got the Noble Arms, but two decks that don't mind going down in card advantage. Regular Celtic Guardian. Warrior Lady. Okay. Honestly, not that bad. Luna's about to not be great here. The Luna plus the Dark Rat, probably, or Giant Rat, probably about to take real advantage of the board. And there goes the Nobleman of Extermination. Trading up Giant Rat, I assume just to go into another rat. Nope, to a Pyramid Turtle. Alright, really good board position here from 12. And not great board position here. And another Nobleman. Alright, that is just it. It is just game over. Getting all of his flip monsters. And that's going to be game number 1. Very convincing here from 12. You almost have to wonder if he even needs his old deck back. Mark, who's been performing well in this tournament, just easily handled there by the Assassins. This time, however, Mark choosing to go second. And an okay opener here for 12. A Tomato and a Dust Tornado, got a Fissure and Swords of Concealing Light as backup. So really, you're not going to hate this here. Just reducing the damage. Fortunately, we see the Fissure in hand. Warrior Lady's going to get fissured. And heck, if 12 can empty another card out, not going to be able to, but 1600 Flash Assailant still isn't bad. Not a great position for Mark to be in. necessary defensive maneuver here. Both with just big monsters in attack mode. Getting to search up the Luna. Yeah, I don't like this for Mark here at all. Losing the Lady Warrior. Okay. Yeah, big TT. Luckily, Mark still has a card in hand. But not good enough to go on the offensive. Maybe a Mysterious Guard. Looks like it. Force that tomato back to the top of the deck. At least gives Mark here another attempt to draw an out. It's not going to be enough for that tomato, just going to get in for 12. So 12 going to be able to restore board presence here. Reinforcement of the army. Oh, actually very big here. Able to get the Celtic Guard of Noble Arms. That's 2100. And another card in hand. 12 can only go into the tomato. Oh, I have a feeling that Torrential ends up being big next turn. No, it doesn't. Not with the Feather Duster. Okay. No card draw this turn, because there's no battle damage dealt, but... And sitting on Luna, I think 12... I'm going to check 12's graveyard real quick. I think 12 has a Dark Monster. Yeah, plenty. Just choosing not to summon. Are we going to see? Nope, Giant Rat. The AI not seeing Knight Assailant here as an option. Searching Knight Assailant there may have been able to put 12 in a big position, but you know what? I actually agree with that Solemn. Luna would put on a ton of pressure there. Also, probably wouldn't have minded just getting back a vanilla Celtic Guardian, but like, yes, we know the rat's there. But in my mind, I would be looking at that card draw to try and dig. 4 floaters for 12. I love how the AI plays around with getting cards out of your hand. It'll just the random setting. Yeah, until 12 gets a removal spell, he's just going to be stuck there. But also, Mark just not drawing is another big one. There's a ton of monsters left in his deck. How does the AI play with the Pyramid Turtle on board? Just choosing to go for it. And if you're 12, you like this, helps you to continue to dig. Either player just needs something. There we go. Finally, Mark can make headway into this board. Oh, that was a good attempted play there. Mark with the trap hole. Stop the Flash Assailant from popping the Celtic Guardian. Well. Maybe the pot of greed was worth it. Hopefully he finds something he can normal or special summon or even just play next turn. The Flash Assailant to go into the Celtic Guardian. No, to go to the Giant Rat. I think Celtic Guardian was definitely the better play there. But ultimately, Mark not able to get cards out of his hand? That's a very funny Swords Revealing Light. And now the Knight Assailant's on the board, which means this Flash Assailant is an even bigger deal. So Mark could use an equip spell or a removal spell. Being just under Flash Assailant isn't good. But on the other hand, 12 will have to keep wasting cards from his hand to keep that Flash Assailant at 2k, so... Well, you could have set that. Alright, now's where the trouble begins. If you just set that Mysterious Guard... But after all those floaters, 12 is only with 10 cards in hand, so maybe Mark's got a new plan of attack here. The obnoxious Celtic Guardian. That is a protection from a full power Flash Assailant. And with the lack of the floating from Pyramid Turtle, we have to assume... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that means we know that 12 is completely out of zombies, so, you know, there's nothing that can help there, but none of his zombies beat 1200, so... Is he going to be able to get through these monsters before he runs out of cards? That's a big, ballsy play by Mark. Gets Trap Hold. Solemn's the Trap Hole. He's just trying to go for it faster. A very, very aggressive maneuver here by Mark. We have to see if it's going to work out for him. There's only... We're about to go down to 4 cards left in the deck. And the Return Darkhold to clear up the Marauding Captain. Luckily for Mark, there is no follow-up monster. Does he have anything left to push this through? No. But nothing for 12. He's only got 3 cards left in the deck. Does he even have any monsters left to close this game out? Celtic Guardian with Invigoration, though, is exact lethal, and we are going to game 3. Down to the wire there. Mark showing tenacity with the Celtic Guardians there. This time 12 choosing to go first. Not a bad going first hand, a Solemn and a Giant Rat. It's about to be a very nice turn here. Oh, but Mark opened the Harpies. Power Giant Rat, alright. Not too bad. Choosing to put up the Swords of Revealing Light. Locking down the other Giant Rat, I think is not a bad play in all honesty. choosing to crash because it was 1900 attack. That was actually not a bad interaction there with Mark, considering the Gaia Power is given the boost on both sides. Now, with the Luna and Flash Assailant, is Mark going to be able to get through these two? Can search up Marauding Captain. Celtic Guardian to get through the Luna, tying them both on life points. Last turn of Swords of Revealing Light here. Swords of Concealing Light are gone. Using it to get a card in hand to run over the Flash Assailant. Mark is playing tremendously right now. Maybe it was just his deck holding him back before, I don't know. He's really dialed in. Well, that he normal summons the Mysterious Guard, but otherwise, and playing very carefully around the Pyramid Turtle. He doesn't know that there's just nothing better here. Getting rid of the Dust Tornado, which would have probably been huge. So choosing to pop the Celtic Guardian. Still a little afraid of Pyramid Turtle here. Meaning this is just going to allow a huge change on the board. Mark was playing very well, but slow rolled it against the Pyramid Turtle out of fear. Emptying all the Gaia powers out of his hand and just setting. Solemning the Sangan. I was just complimenting him. Now I don't know what these last couple turns are. He's really got to do something immediately. He's down by a ton. Okay, well, if 12 gets a single monster, it is game over. Luckily for Mark, he has one more turn. And what do we see? That's gonna be it. Even if there's no monster here, Pyramid Turtle just crashes. And despite some great plays, that fear of the Pyramid Turtle is going to mean Dark Assailant is taking Mark in game 3. After a wild match, 12 will end up taking it 2-1 over Mark, who had a great fight, but 12's Assassins just being completely overwhelming. Next up should be a really fun one, Caspian versus Lorelei. Both players here in a decent position. Caspian getting to go first. We know Caspian's deck is, capable of doing some explosive things. And Lorelei's deck sometimes needs a little time to set up, so, can he get that done before Lorelei does? Already getting a Garma Sword to hand. Using the Garma Sword for the Performance of Sword. Who unfortunately is not quite going to get there. A good Harpies here by Caspian as well. Especially getting rid of the Trap Hole, and now the Curse of Dragon running over Performance of Sword, and we know she's down a Garma Sword. She's down Dharma Sword, she's down Trap Hole. It's maybe a big time for Caspian to get a push going. and the Reborn getting the Performance Sword. It was correctly summoned, so it is available. Only a Ritual Raven. Caspian off to a great start here. Does Lorelei have any sort of comeback? We know she has a good defensive monster. If she can draw that, she might be alright. No, I think it's actually over here. I think we are already headed to game 2. Yep, Caspian picking it up fast with a perfect victory on turn 7. Something you do not expect to see, even with her inconsistencies, is Lorelei able to be beaten so quickly. I think even David... No, I think that was about the same speed as David. And he gets to go first again. Another dragon dwelling in the cave. Now, not as crazy of a hand. No Curse of Dragon. It's going to make things a little better for Lorelei to deal with. Fissuring away. Okay, so I guess we're going to see what the AI values here. Gets TT'd. Alright, yeah. And a good little Heart of the Underdog here. Oh, a huge Morphing Jar. Yeah, Lorelei with just some defensive cards now. It did refill Caspian. He's getting first crack at this, but... I mean, depending on what this is for Lorelei, this may be very, very good. She doesn't care that much about her normal summons, so depending on what that trap hole is... Yeah, see... Depending on what she could send you here, she might be alright. To the Performance of Sword. Pitching one for the other. Caspian gonna be able to get up another dragon dwelling in the cave, so he'll be in an okay position until he can get a Cursed Dragon or a Serpent Knight Dragon at the very least. Okay, Senju getting Garma Sword. And Garma Sword oathing away her board for the Garma Sword. Alright. Willing to go down in resources to get over the dragon dwelling in the cave sooner. But to see if this one pays off for her. I think I would have liked to have seen her try and stick a little longer to the multiple monsters, but we'll have to see. Her bluff sword's getting popped, not great. She's gonna have to start cutting through these decks, or, you know, cutting through these boards a lot faster. Nova Summoner, not Performance of Sword. Let's see if it works out for her. Gets the Black Land. Gets the Dragon Dwelling in the Cave. Alright. A little late on the Cursed Dragon now. Interesting. Trading Master Dragon for whatever it is Nova Summoner summons. So we're seeing another Nova. Got another Nova. Into another Master Dragon. Okay. Didn't want to go through the full chain. I thought that was going to be the plan here. Master Dragon into another Master Dragon. Yep. Curse Dragon here. Another trade-off. Okay, does the AI see the line here? Does the AI summon Spirit Ryu to clear the Garma Sword? No. Because if the AI had gone into Spirit Ryu, maybe pitching Curse of Dragon and the Komori Dragon, or even 2 Curse of Dragons. Been in a great position. Boku protecting Komori. Now he's got outs. TT's pretty good. Problem is, 2 bricks and a Harpies in hand. It's kind of where the issue's gonna lay. Also, she'd have to actually summon. Choosing not to TT on his own set. Here we go, getting the 2 for 2. Senju's still picking up Garma Sword. And drawing the Serpent Night Dragon just too late. Lorelei has a chance to do something? No. Big problem with ritual decks. Now the baby dragon gets to start getting in. Caspian finally in the lead on turn 23. Of course, Lorelei is out of Reborns, so she's not going to be able to do that. Curse of Dragon making this a 4-attack game. One thing is, I know she is down 2 of her defensive monsters because she's got well, I know her name's Ib, but I don't know her World Chalice name. Checking it real quick. Down 2 crowned by the World Chalice. So she needs some way to summon Garma Sword or crowned by the World Chalice this turn. Performance of Sword is not going to be enough attack points. And then even worse than running over the Komori Dragon. Or not running over the Komori Dragon. Regardless, I think Performance of Sword probably should have gone in on that attack. But we're about to see a 2-0 on Lorelei from Caspian. She's gonna need to draw. Nope, this is gonna be too much here. Caspian, when he summons the Komori Dragon, that's going to be a 2-0. One I thought would be a little closer. For me, definitely unexpected as Caspian gets the 2-0. Just have to work on the consistency of that deck for Lorelei. As next we see who can get the first win of the event. We have Aiden versus Barry. Ojama's Burning Passion. Let's see. Aiden going first. Might be good, might be bad. Gives Barry an extra draw. Getting an Ojama in defense mode, usually pretty good. Let's see how it works out here. Meteor of Destruction, a Cha-Cha Archer. Went in to protect her weak monster, and then it turns out she could beat the Ojama. I assume what we see here is an Ojama in attack mode. Nope, the AI sees that change before. Doesn't see the change until it hits the board. That's unfortunate. Ojama black again. Cha-Cha Archer going to be able to do some things, potentially. Now the question is Barry willing to run the Archer into one of these face downs? Discarding Ojama Yellow to summon Ojama Yellow. Real gaming by Aiden here. What is in her hand that she doesn't want to play? Using Torrential Tribute. Reborn to get the Ojama black. Okay, now we're going to see some Ojama offense. Another 500 burn, 500 heal. Now the Cha-Cha Archer has enough defense to hold off, but it doesn't have enough to hold off a Prevent Rat. Not willing to get in with the Ojama at this point. Might be a Boganian, something like that face down. Nope, Fire Trooper. Dealing 1,000 burn and passing. Here, oh. This might, oh, this is bad here. Does the AI summon? Aiden does. He goes into the king. Blocks 3 zones. Is this game? I think this is game. It's just barely game, but it is. It took him a little setup, but he managed to OTK with Ojamas. Barry, I guess, with a handful of nothing. Removal spells or something like that. This time, Barry going first. She doesn't run a ton of monsters, I know that, but... something's gotta give if you're Barry here. Looking for her first win in the whole series. If she can pull it off. And Boganian. Yellow and green into Ojama Knights. Be a tough one to deal with. Barry may care the least about her zones being taken up. Very risky Solemn here against the burn deck. Yeah, keeps your knight, but... and then she had the second Smashing Ground anyway. Had to trap hold the Boganian. That Solemn may have done too much work. Now's a big test. Will Barry attack with the Boganian here? Yes. 1300 attack, she feels safe to attack with it. the TT. It's still gonna be 500 burn. Down to 450 life points. Barry is up by 8,050. But can she deal the last 450? Yes, she can. She's going to just attack with Morphing Jar. That works. We're going to game 3. Barry burning him out. Yeah, we're on the bottom tables, but that doesn't change that these are still competitors. Just because Aiden doesn't care about winning this tournament doesn't mean he's, holding back beyond his deck choice. So still good for Barry to get that going. This time Aiden going first, setting a Prevent Rat. Rapid Fire Magician gonna start the burn here. Maybe? Smashing Ground, that's another 400 burn. Monster Reborn to get the Prevent Rat back. Face down and swords. Aiden is very protected at the moment. Means Barry's really gonna have to get into those burn cards. Prevent Rat's gonna be great Ojama Country protection. Alright. That was a big swing in life points. That's what you want when you're Barry. Morphic Jar to dig for a fresh new hand. A second Rapid Fire Magician. And that's it. Dug all those cards deep. And is about to get Heartbeat for it. Very unfortunate here. And 2 Ojamas, that's going to make an Ojama Knight. It'll be very difficult to get through here. Fishing away his own Prevent Rat. Barry just needs to get into this draw, or into this burn. Alright, well, that's one way to do it. Now, as long as these 3 Rapid Fires are on the field, any spell is an extra 1,200. So she could just get a couple of more spell cards going. She might be able to wrap this up. Can she before Aiden figures out something? He's one Ojama Country away from putting Barry in a bad place. Oh, this is a massive Meteor of Destruction. Is that another 1,200 from Darkroom of Nightmare? Wow, what a combo of burn that was. 1,000 from the Meteor of Destruction, 1,200 from the Rapid Fire Magicians. Does she have a monster? Nope, just the Tremendous Fire. And that's it. Barry's going to take it 2-1 over Aiden. What a fun one. And with that, the reverse sweep. Barry getting her first match win ever. And honestly, very good for her. Maybe it's the start of something to come up. But next, we look as a stoppable force meets a movable object. We have Bob versus North. Bob versus North. I wonder if this is an interview North really wants. I mean, Bob's just so completely normal. What do you have really to talk about with him? Now, this may be the first opponent North can completely overpower. Losing his Element Magician. Even worse, his Element Magician being taken by Bob. Sort of a talk about really good defense here. What does North have to combat this situation? Because there's a wind monster on the board, she got the extra attack. Honestly, not bad. Getting to take advantage of the wind and water monsters also played by Bob. Oh, hiccups. But not sure that was actually the best Dark Hole. North may have actually be able to take advantage of this empty board. Yep, Flying Kamakiri. And nothing to frontline base out. Here comes Weather for 1,000. UFO Turtle to overpower the weather. So, we'll have to see here from North what he's willing to do against a UFO Turtle. Missed Archfiend. And then crashing the Flying Kamakiri. Might actually be good. He is unaware of how many floaters are available. So Flying Kamakiri getting to run over the Aitsu. Honestly, I think I kind of like it. You give up your summon, you give up 1,000 life points, but Bob is just not in a good way. Bob's got to figure this out. Drawing 2 off the pot of greed. Swords of Revealing Light. Don't play Celestial Transformation for no reason. And Bob does it. Fantastic. Okay, honestly, here it's not a bad thing, as your field's going to get wiped away, and Goitsu's going to be able to put up a defense, or not. Never mind, we've got Weather into Flying Kamakiri for lethal. North taking a convincing game 1 here. Not too bad, Weatherman. And then Bob choosing to go first. Just a Giant Rat and an MST. A pretty good opener here for Bob. North able to get the Pot of Greed. Is the AI willing to go into Doitsu here? No. Very unfortunate. If the AI had just been willing to go into Doitsu, the normal summon of Soitsu would be in a very good position. Oh, never mind. Completely rewarded. Or doesn't play it. You give 2,500 attack, right? Yeah. Yeah, there's a Soitsu right there. You could just summon the Soitsu. Alright, well. Bob doesn't exactly know how Bob's deck works. That's okay. Alright, honestly, I think North is going to pick up a very valuable win here. actually, Mist Archfiend is literally keyword oh, never mind. Windstorm of Attack will clean that right up. Smartly attacking with the Element Magician for the free 1500 damage off of that. Because it only gets another attack after running over a monster. Yeah, I think Bob may be done. It looks like Bob will be joining Aiden on the 0-4 side. That's gonna be it. Bob getting 2-0'd. Unfortunately, that's Element Magician. Even if there wasn't a Mother Grizzly, that's gonna be it. Not only does North get out of the 0x bracket, but does it with a 2-0. Sorry you didn't get a very good interview there, North. I mean, if only, you know, Bob was some sort of crazy being. But that means next we're going to the last characters trying to stop themselves from being winless. June versus Cora. Alright. We got battle guards. We've got dragons. Let's see. Pot of Greed is just good in any opening. Giant Red Dust Tornado, definitely not bad on June's side here. Cora losing her Divine Dragon. These floaters have changed so much of the game here that Cora, you know, despite having such a powerful deck, is gonna probably just get put on the back foot here. Because this Lady Warrior can float into Millennium Shield. But on the other hand, Cora's deck's one of the only decks that can outpower Millennium Shield. Choosing not to bother, choosing just a Dark Hole. June is carrying a Feast of the Wild level 5, so that Millennium Shield is not gone. It is, however, a one of in her deck. So I just got to settle for Throwstone Unit, which is still 2k defense. Choosing to set the Battle Guard Cadet instead of another Throwstone unit. Not sure I completely agree with that, considering that's your ability to search, but oh, very nice. Lasso Chain getting destroyed, so may as well pop a monster here. Komori, yep. A great play in reverse by Cora. Can't destroy Komori Dragon when it's Divine Dragon Ragnarok. And then, due to that, getting to go into the King Dragoon. Throwstone units. Gonna be able to put up some defense, but we're going into the Battle Guard Cadet again. There's the blue eyes. The kind of power we expect from Cora right there. Lady Warrior going into here. Shadow Tamer not enough. Looks like this is gonna be it. Paying 1,000 for Guilty of the Dragon Knight, but as futile as it is, June likes to go down swinging. And with this White Lightning, we're going to game 2. Can June make a comeback here? Or does Cora finally not only win, but win 2-0? Really not a bad one. Cora's gonna have to do some work to get through that. Never mind. Still the Throwstone unit. Goes as well. The bad news is this means Cora's out of removal spells. This time, Lava Battle Guard gets to keep his effect in case a Swampy comes in. Must say, it's so unfortunate the Lava Battle Guard has that 50 extra attack. You drop Lava Battle Guard by 50 attack, it gains a bunch of utility. Oh, Divine Dragon Ragnarok, Lord of D, but no fusion spell. Follow-up from Cora here. Let's search off the Rhoda. Battle Guard Cadet. A little gross, because this Feast of the Wild level 5 is still going to get back this lava. At least it holds off a turn. It is negated, so Swamp Battle Guard not going to pump it up. Blast of Chain about to be very, very powerful here. Dragon's Mirror into the King Dragoon. Using the Blast with Chain. And Fissure. Warrior Lady. No more pressure here for June. Cora with nothing. Again, the worst part of Blue Eyes is probably playing the Blue Eyes itself. And the return of the Lava Battle Guard. Whatever this face down is enough to keep Cora alive. We know it can't be TT. No! June able to get the game back. We're going to a game 3. Cora needs this win. Is she going to be able to get it? Opening with a feast. Not terrible. Into the Paladin of White Dragon. Honestly, great here. Not attacking first, I think very unfortunate. As Blue Eyes can't attack this turn. Alright, time to start clearing up this board with the Komori Dragons, the Blue Eyes. However, Millennium Shield gets fissured. Okay, well, this would be really, really great if June didn't have a double revival spell here, but not playing it. Okay, well, we're gonna see the feasts next, then? No. Alright. June kind of slow rolling on us here. Oh, double check I got this card right. Yeah. Could get Millennium Shield to the board. And that's game. Due to June just not summoning the shield, Korra is able to get exact lethal for the win. Very weird play there at the end, but love it or hate it, that's the AI. Okay, finally Korra getting her first win of the event, but only in a 2-1. Next, Robin versus Fira. This one's going to be competitive. Let's get into it. Robin versus Fira. Robin, a very tactical player, so that might be able to get around big number, although 2 dead cards in hand. Not as great of a start here. Well, there's Blue Wing Crown, not bad. Pitching Solar Flare to protect Fire Princess. Losing out on Trap Hole. It's not necessarily good or bad for Fira here, I think. And the Bird Face gets solid. Not sure I love that one. Gonna get 1,000 back for the DN Keto. Which isn't gonna help that much. Fira only has 1,000 or 2,000 life points left. I forgot about the DN Keto for a moment. Robin gonna be cleaning this one up pretty quickly. Burning the Solar Flare. Finally dealing 100 damage to Robin, but Robin only taking 600, while his opponent has taken 6,000. steal another little bit here. Yeah, unfortunately for Fira, this is just gonna be game. Harpy Lady into Birdface. Quick game one here from Robin. Fira has some defensive options in the deck, but you know, they just didn't come through that time. That's okay. She's gonna choose whether she's going first or second here. Choosing to go first. Maybe hoping for a way to establish a board. Those two Elegant Egotists can do work, potentially. He's just gonna need to draw a Harpy Lady. That better be a good face down there, Fira. It's not a trap hole. It's not a protection trap. That might end up working out for better, for worse, or you know, one way or another. Flame Ruler for the Ultimate Obedient Fiend. That is a big wall up, and now Fira needs to clear her entire board and field. The Feather Duster. Excuse me. Luckily, the AI will start running over these monsters. There we go. Banishing 2 cards from hand to get an empty hand. Now all Fira needs to be able to do is play whatever card this is. The AI ultimately falling for it. Now with an unchained Ultimate Obedient Fiend. Deanne Keto keeps the hand empty. It's nothing on board or hand, right? Yep. Alright, well, sometimes you just have the Solar Flare. But it might actually just be enough here. Because what happens when you get through the Solar Flare? You've got Ultimate Obedient Fiend. This is currently a 2-turn clock. Oh, is this lethal? It is. End of turn. 500 burn. Fira's gonna take game 2. Alright, Robin choosing to go second. What has he got going on here? Not a bad opener from Fira, hypothetically. Losing the bird face, so just gonna dark hole the face down. Gaia Soul. Fire Trooper just getting in for 1,000. Same amount of damage as using its effect, but keeps something on the board to reduce damage. Unfortunate to throw away the removal spell there. Especially because we're going to see a blue-winged crown come down, which will probably put a lot of pressure here on Fira. Unless that is a Flame Ruler. It's not, it is a Fire Princess. Here's where I can expect Robin to start running away with things. If Fira can't get up a Flame Ruler here. Gaia Soul, I mean, it clears a monster, but it also happened to hit Bird Face, which don't like that as much. Andy draws into the Egotist. Getting the sisters here is going to be over half of Fear's life points in retaliation. Is he going to close it out, or can Fear draw something here? There used to be exactly Flame Ruler to survive a turn. That's going to be it. Harpy Lady into Pet Baby Dragon. Robin's going to take it in 3. Robin getting it in 3. Fear continues to put up a surprisingly good fight. Maybe Panay was right about big number. Next up, Ada versus Quan. Can a princess beat a child? Quan has been doing really well. But to see how he can do. Set, pass. Going ahead and harping the single back row. Skull dice, okay. The ball putting the flying Kamakiri face down. Not setting her entire back row, probably smart here. Now, Ada doesn't have the best defense on these monsters. But, uh-oh, another skull dice. Getting a 5. And popping the DNA surgery. Quan with a very strong opening here. They're wiring the Go-No-Go, but losing the giant flea. Go-No-Go and Blockman getting in. All Ada has currently is a petite moth. Not a great setup. At least she managed to turn the board into insects. Ooh, could have been good with the TT, so now looking at a completely empty board state. Waboku might be useful, depending on how the AI chooses to use it. Getting the swords up, so we're looking at least 3 turns of her not getting more in the hole. That's a good sword, or that's a good harpies, even if the Waboku happens. The AI acknowledging the monster's only 1,000 attack, they're not necessarily going to beat whatever's down there. Has no idea that's just a petite moth. Into the Millennium Golem, however. 2,000 attack is going to do a lot of work here, while keeping up the block token. good layer wire. What's Quan have next? Another block man. Oh, I think that's a great Solemn. Keeping a 2k attacker alive. Ada on the back foot against the block deck. Drawing into Great Moth, that's it. Game 1 is going to Quan. Alright, moving on to Game 2. I always feel like this is a different color in that, but it's just the weird lighting. Gonna be able to set the cocoon. Alright, not too bad. Bear blocker, normally a very good monster. Not gonna be able to get through the cocoon. And unless that's a good back row, Quan's about to be in a terrible position when this Insect Princess hits. Trap Bull's a good one. That's gonna really put Ada behind. Giant Rat, looking at 3k total damage. Great Moth and Pug'em just stuck in hand. Hitting the bear blocker here. Only gonna take 14. But yep, this might just be Ada getting 2-0'd. Okay, Cocoon of Evolution. Back on track. To at least stay alive, you know? So, what does Ada do here? Just sets the Petite Moth. Very annoying that he's going to choose to attack with Gonogo every time, if only because it's going to keep triggering that effect. Layer wire. Yeah, he does now know that it's a cocoon, so it's not like a huge thing. Oh, going ahead and layer wiring now to get rid of the bear blocker. Find a way to close this out. Currently doesn't look like it. Alright, just a fissure. But, I mean, Boku here. Really loved that Howling Insect to have, well, never mind, I was going back face down. I would have loved that Howling Insect to be a Petite Moth, but yeah, I was just going to go back face down from the Go-No-Go effect, so ultimately doesn't change anything. If Ada could just get a Petite Moth on board and equip it with the cocoon, she could start leveling it up, but it's just so hard to do. This is going giving Ada time to work on finding Insect Princess. Because if she gets the princess, it'll only take one attack to get bigger than the Millennium Golem. It's just the issue of, can she get there? Just a whole back row of nothing but DNA surgery. Ace cards are on board, lethal's on board, but no one's getting anywhere very quickly. Gonogo's gonna keep trying to flip down monsters that aren't there. Well, at least there's gonna be a little deflected damage here. Big insect with a massive 1500 defense. The AI not attacking with the Millennium Golem into the Cocoon of Evolution first, so that he can Skull Dice, is unfortunate. Because if he just did that, he would have already won. Three big insects in a row. At least there'll be a little chip again. Ada getting to deal, 300 over the last 2 turns. That's a Sparks and a half in 2 turns. I'm going to get a deck count real quick. 15 and 17. They both have cards that can get them wins here. Just neither of them have drawn it yet. Howling Insect into Howling Insect into Kamakiri. You know what? That thinned a lot of Ada's cards out. Oh. Well. That might have just cost Ada the game. I'll be honest, I mean... I was about to say, he was out of Millennium Golems, but the reborn gets him there. Ada, I think, has 1 Cocoon of Evolution left. Okay, well, Millennium Golem will get there too, or an Insect Princess. Oh, there we go. The Insect Princess, I forgot, was in the graveyard. That now gets to start accelerating attack points, and nothing gets to go back to defense position. Yep. Darkhold, do you have any monsters in hand? Just a single one? Yep. There we go. Block Golem. And that's going to be 2-0 Quan. Really outstanding work here from the child. And there we go. Quan. 2-0 over Ada. She tried, she just couldn't get there. Which means next we've got Corsal versus Dart. Corsal versus Dart. Dragons versus Frogs. I'd say an even fight. I mean, if there are 2 creatures that can go toe-to-toe with each other, it's dragons and frogs. Dart with a pretty slow opener here. Getting a Witch Search for Death Frog. losing the TT. That's a big one. Hanzaryu, not a great draw here. Well, it might be okay. The Winged Dragons, only 1,400 each. Oh, that was huge. Gonna stop the Luster Dragon or the Hanzaryu from getting Trap Hold in the future. Does Dart have anything at this point? Defense is not going to be his strong suit. Just the Unifrog. The 27 to the dome. Only 1,100 left. Alright, looks like it's already over. Reborn for another dragon dwelling in the cave. In for the Luster Dragon number 2. Unfortunately, Tadpole puts them in hand, doesn't summon them. 2,400. A very commanding game 1. And on to game 2. Alright, well, Carbonet on. Depending on what he chooses to summon with it. Could be good or bad. Actually, I kinda like that. Well, okay. Now there's swords. I was gonna say, you know, that Solemn there was gonna be pretty good, if not for exactly that situation. Sending a Treeborn to the grave. Alright, we have... Problem with Treeborn is you have spell traps, so... Would have loved that to have been a Tadpole. Just hard summoning Hanzaryu. Interesting decision. You know what? That actually kind of works. Because the Death Frog's not getting to the Dragon Dwelling in the cave. And the Luster Dragon's going to get to pop out here. With the mountain. Getting rid of the Death Frog is big. That is a lot of Dart's plays revolving around it. As long as he doesn't repeat it, you know, as long as Squirtle doesn't start repeatedly running into Treeborn Frog for no reason, should start to make some real headway. Dart get through just 2,300 attack points. I feel like I blinked and missed something. Yes, did tribute Luster Dragon for Hanzaryu. I looked away for just a second, and it struck me what happened. And due to that, Dart's going to get the Luster Dragon. Alright, of course Corsair had a commanding lead and is now in a terrible position. Yep. There's basically no way Dart loses from here. Something the Tadpole in attack mode for funsies was an interesting decision, but he got the first game. Hitting the game too. Corsair choosing to go second, get on the offense. Alright. Not a bad little opening here. Gonna be able to pop something in the back row. Sending a Tadpole. Bringing back the Tadpole. Oh, that's such a bad hand. Alright, well, at least Dart got rid of the Fairy Dragon. And nothing, so whatever's in hand isn't Death Frogs, which is gotta be annoying for him here. Two Tadpoles to hand for defense. At least, you know, 0 defense is still better than no monsters a lot of the time. Oh, he also frog for 15. Dart managing to take the board with a 1500 attack point monster. As Corsair opens another Hyunzaryu. Is he gonna be able to hold the board this way? Or can Corsair draw out of it? A dead draw setting the wing beat. I think that's easily the least important card. The best use is a bluff. 15 to the dome. Must be a hell of a bad hand we're about to see. Two Tadpoles and Treeborn, yep. Gives Corsair time to draw into anything. Okay. Potentially could draw into the last Fairy Dragon or a Wing Dragon here to get into Kaiser. We're just going to continue to draw Bricky. Alright. Managed to get basically nothing in these swords. Now I think most likely going to be further away. Yep, from that fusion, leaving Polly dead. Now Carbonetton can potentially help get him out of this situation. We'll have to see. No Death Frogs. Oh, there we go, Luster Dragon. Finally, Corsair putting on offense. And going into a Dragon Dwelling in the Cave for the extra 2k defense. Unifrog for 400. Popping the Trap Hole. Interesting series of maneuvers. I didn't like setting the Stamping Destruction there. Would have rather set the Poly. I assume we see the Dark Hole here. Yeah, Treeborn comes back, but, you know, it's only 100. There are worse things to be coming back over and over. The Beelzefrog being at 21. Is this going to... This might be it. Yeah, unfortunately, Carbonetton is not exactly what Corsol needs here. Beelzefrog taking him down to 300 life points. What's it gonna summon here? Fairy Dragon, Dragon's Gunfire, pop. And then Mountain giving just enough defense on the Fairy Dragon to hold back the Mother Grizzly. Not a bad play, actually. Stealing 800 burn with Dragon's Gunfire. Oof. And there it is. There are 3 tadpoles in the grave. Summoning 2 Death Frogs. Searching the Beelzefrog. That is it. It's going to be 2-0 for... And the croaking. Of course, I'll have a single... Nope. Draws the last Hyunzaryu. Meaning all that needs to happen is normal summon Beelzefrog. For 2100 to the face. A wild ending there, but Dart's going to take it 2-0 with the frogs. Alright. Dart with the 2-0. Meaning we move on to Nina versus Samir. Okay. Dinosaurs versus Egypt. Nina getting to open here. Turns out that's going to work out great. I was like, she's got a very aggressive deck. Normally she's going to want to go second, but a good way to guarantee there are no monsters in the graveyard. Go first. Triple Gilasaurus Urabi. Does Samir have anything for this opener? The answer's kind of. Soloming the Crawling Dragon. I'm going to take 27 from the Gilasaurus attacks. Already puts him in a bad place. Oh no. This a lot of times is a great play, but Spirit doesn't know about the fissure in hand. And just like that, he manages to TT, and we are not seeing a game over yet. Spirit getting with the tomato. Mad Sword Beast, I think if Samir's paying attention, he will be willing to trade off here. Or even better, reborn the Sengenjin. Millennium Seeker. And Samir has taken pretty good advantage. That the switch that flipped from that TT. This isn't going to be enough. I think it's over. I think Samir just took game one. One trap card. All it took. And we are headed to game 2. I was so sure Nina won there. But Samir had the single out. Can he do it again? Nina choosing to go second this time, seeing if that helps. We see the Urabi or the Mad Sword Beast. Okay. Shuffling the Pharaoh's Treasure in. Just establishing the Crawling Dragon. Jurassic World being 300 for dinosaurs only has got to be a huge help. When it comes to a lot of these field spells that, you know, characters are still using. They still want these buffs, so... where Mad Sword Beast can start to put in some work. Being a piercing dino means even if she can't clear the holding arms, she'll be able to start chipping in. Another 500. Alright, Samir not in a great place. But I thought that last game. And there it is, Millennium Shield. Nina just needs to draw something to push. One thing she may be able to continue to push is just having Mad Sword Beast on the board. Also, a perfectly mirrored board here, except for one back row short. The monster lineup, though, perfectly mirrored. I like it. Samir's just going to keep setting monsters. 700. Yep, 200 King Rex plus Crawling Dragon number 2 equals Brachioradius. Still not enough to beat the Millennium Shield, however. Fissure is. Brachioradius destroyed by the widespread. That just means Mad Sword Beast into Urabi will do it. We are going to game 3. A surprisingly close match so far. They're both fighting really hard. Going first. Kilosaurus into Twin-Headed King Rex. Poly in hand for the Brachioradius. Doesn't matter anymore. And just 2 set back row. So not a great hand here from Samir. And the Dark Coffin gets rid of the poly. Okay, I mean, leaves a baby Ceratosaurus in hand. got a handful of removal. But Nina has another crawling dragon, and it gets TT'd. Still just a handful of removal. Unfortunately for Nina, it is not the baby Ceratosaurus that's getting hit with the removal spells. Well, that TT might set it off. Yep. Getting the twin-headed King Rex. Finally, Nina back on the offensive. And with an MST in the back row in case of shenanigans. Nothing. Two more turns. Can she do it? Doesn't change the turn math, but it does give the slight boost in case that matters. Gonna run over the tomato. Won't be able to fissure that. So Samir is safe again. At least kind of. Now with the Mad Sword Beast, I'd say it probably is over. No. That is likely Millennium Shield. The AI not willing to give up life points to find out. Oh, okay, there we go. Mad Sword Beast gets the 1300 piercing, and that is going to be it. That is game 3. Match to Nina. Nina saving the match. Despite a good first game from Samir. Ultimately not quite Samir ultimately not quite able to take it. So we go into V versus Amerigo. Let's get into it. V versus Amerigo. This is, I think, going to be an interesting one because V can both slow the game down to kind of negate a lot of Amerigo swapping, but can also beat stuff over. So Amerigo getting the first move. Is this a bluff? Hoboku, okay. I think that would normally be pretty good, but V actually just doesn't have any plays this turn. The return Harpies. The AI not responding with the Jar Agreed. At least this fissure helps a little bit. No, gonna choose to do nothing. Okay, Amerigo digging deep here. Actually big plays. Destroys the avatar of the pot. Gains life points. Gets 2 Momongas. Deals a little chip. Very good turn by Amerigo here. But we're about to get a big Muka Muka. 2,400. Oh, excuse me. So, and has to dark hole. Oh, that's so bad. Unfortunately, Marigo does not know about the upcoming Muka Muka. Gonna put her on exact even, but she's gonna want to trade that Mushroom Man back and forth. Oh no, she's up by 1,000. Either way. Oh no, she's gonna get to stay ahead. As long as V doesn't play a Solemn Wishes here, which would actually help them greatly. Unfortunately, the AI sees the Muka Muka's attack points and values that much higher. And gets to steal the Muka Muka. Okay. 3,600 attack point enraged. And Amerigo with no additional burn here. Does she have an out? Takes 50. This is, I think, pretty bad for Amerigo, in all honesty. 2 4,000 attack point enraged Muka Mukas. Oh, they're less than that. 32. Parshath, okay. Amerigo, can you find a finisher? Unless that's a Waboku, the answer's probably not. Nope, that's gonna be it. First game will be going to V despite a strong start from Amerigo. On to game 2 to see if she can clinch this back up. The big part of V is getting that deep draw. Oh, not a good opener here. Depending on what the straw is, maybe it improves. The answer's kind of. It's funny. She saw the Skull Angel, decided that was bad, and just creature swapped it back. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Going to Ancient Leap. Oh, there we go. Enraged Muka Muka. I mean, that is a Mother Grizzly, but Amerigo's down 2 creature swaps. AI not even bothering to fissure. That, I think, was a solid play. Would have loved it better if that Mother Grizzly had been an amoeba there, but, you know, Do what you can with it. Can't swap the dummy golem. Time for V to just start increasing their life points. And dusting the dust tornado. Upgrade to gain another 1,000 life points. I think Avatar the Pot would have been okay to summon there, but it looks like we're going to see another 2-0. I mean, potentially this face down saves something, but... Okay, yep, Giant Rat's going to keep Amerigo in the game. At least for a little bit. Pot. But, you know, down by almost 9,000 life points. Yeah, I'm gonna call it. I think this is going to be it. Well, you know what? Maybe not. I keep thinking Amerigo's dead, but she keeps managing to just stay in it. Are we looking? Is it finally over? Nope. Nimble Manga only going into 1, I believe. That's another 1,000 life points, just keeping Amerigo in the game. Can she sword? Star Coal? Okay, Adamangas must mean this is over. Yes, there we go. The Mushroom Man, Amerigo goes down 2-0. After a hard fought one, but it just wasn't enough. The 2-0. V over Amerigo. Means we are getting Wallace versus Belladonna. Goblins versus Slimes. Let's check it out. Wallace going first. His deck, I think, fine going either direction, so don't hate it. Opening with a Goblin Thief to the Goblin Marauding Squad. Alright. Solemn on the Dark Hole. Dropping the Umi and the Defense Mode Monster. If that's a humanoid worms, or if that's a worm, a humanoid slime, there we go. No, just a magical reflex slime. I know my words. Can Belladonna take advantage of the defense mode monster? Kinda. Interesting, going to bring back the squad on her side. This may not work as well as you'd hope, I think. Harpying in main phase 2. And the Mother Grizzly. Okay, so this is turned pretty bad, I think, for Wallace here. I think Belladonna's in a good position. Now, the Goblin of Greed does have a defense stat on it. Well, if he had set that Goblin of Greed, I think he'd be in a much better position. Mist Body to protect your battle floater isn't the most ideal, but I guess that's a play we've seen her make a few times. Smartly not going to defense mode with the Goblin Recon Squad. Now it's just kind of up to one of them to get up. Decoy Squad, okay. Belladonna, do you have anything? Yeah, Starboy. Gonna send Wallace to 1,000 life points. Does he have anything to combat this? Boarding the Marauding Squad I think would normally be better, but there's an immune... I mean, it's a floater and a monster that's immune to destruction. Belladonna taking game 1. No humanoid worm drake needed. So we head into game 2 where Wallace will be going second this time. Maybe forcing Belladonna to go first will help him gain something here. Not a good opener this time. Getting out the Worm Drake, putting up the Umi, and the Mist Body. I love when she Worm Drakes and then puts up Umi. It doesn't help her at all, and it's very funny. Mist Body will not protect from Dark Hole. Recon Squad to search the Goblin Thief. 500 burn each way, saving a Dust Tornado, not bad. Just clearing the Umi here. Getting the Umi back. I don't think Wallace has anything that can't beat that monster-wise. Yep, there's Goblin agreed. Even better is the Goblin Recon Squad and gonna get to rip a card from Belladonna's hand here. The swords. Swords really helped her recover last game. Now she's just gonna have to figure out how to power through this. Mother Grizzly. Okay, that's gonna beat the Goblin agreed. So the good Goblin housekeepings get to be a little better. Choosing not to attack into the face down. Unfortunately. Yeah. Figured the AI would play the swords here. Have to wait a whole turn for the Goblin Recon Squad to come back. For the Goblin Black Ops. Reborning the actual Recon Squad this time. Just basically for 1700 attack mode defender. The third Goblin agreed. What's this going to force out for Belladonna here? Magical Reflect Slime. I assume we're going to see the Gemini summon here. No! We're going to see a Dark Hole. And the Harpies. And the only thing on board is Wallace's Robin Goblin. And Belladonna with nothing to play. And the next time she plays something, it's going to get solemned, so she's going to need multiple plays here. That might have been worth it. I think that could have added up to over 4k damage, so not a bad solemn. Scrounge and Goblin. Both on hit effects activating. Pulling the card from hand. Mist Body, Scrounge and Goblin, searching Good Goblin Housekeeping. It's gonna allow a big draw here for Wallace. And just a back row. Robin Goblin gonna go off, but there's nothing to discard. Getting the Goblin Attack Force. Just a card. Wallace has not managed to draw basically at all this tournament. It's wild. Starboy getting the 50 chip. It's gonna force the use of that Goblin Attack Force here. Don't like to do that, but you do what you have to. Scrounge and Goblin is going to get another search. This time getting another Goblin Attack Force. Okay, this might be it for Belladonna. Don't really know what else she's got. At least the Goblin Attack Force is what's going to have to go in here, but she doesn't go with Recon Squad. Just King of the Swamp. Alright, well, Humanoid Slime in attack mode is going to end this game and send us to the game 3. I both think Belladonna played poorly there, but couldn't have done a whole lot more in some situations. It's a very interesting place to be. Belladonna choosing to go first in game 3. Fusion deployment, getting out the Worm Drake and setting a monster. Choosing to go with the Pothole Squad to keep a monster in attack mode. Not bad. Losing the good Goblin Housekeeping, not terrible. If you're Wallace here. Say goodbye to Worm Drake. Just setting monster face down. Now if it's a humanoid slime, Belladonna's in pretty good shape. Depending on what she puts in attack mode here. That's the key. Because she's, I think, gonna really want to put the humanoid slime in attack mode. Yeah, and no follow-up? No follow-up. Okay, well. The Marauding Squad's about to go crazy. Expect Wallace to TT whatever comes in next. And some other Grizzly. That being one of Belladonna's most effective monsters. The Decoy Squad for a clean 1,000. Getting the Goblin Thief. And we'll put Wallace at 82. Luckily for Belladonna, while Worm Drake isn't that great, it does overpower everything in Wallace's current hand, so Having to Dark Hole a Worm Drake. You hate to see it, but I mean, I guess he's gonna get a hand rip here, deal 1,000 damage, get a search. Getting a Goblin Black Ops isn't too bad. Swamp at least helping keep the board clear. Would have loved that, you know, when she had the Worm Drake on board and the Poly in hand. Humanoid Worm Slime would have done a lot of work for her, but such is the ways of top decking. Another King of the Swamp. Trying her best to keep the board clear, but weak monsters are easy to run over. At this point, it's going to take a lot for Belladonna to fight back. Okay, future deployment for the last Worm Drake. After finally getting a hold of the board, it doesn't matter. Yep, because Wallace just has the swords. Mist Body Protection would be great if Wallace didn't also have the Feather Duster. When that swords goes down, that Scrouching Goblin's going to be really good here. And the Umi up, assume to boost whatever's face down. Oh. It's a humanoid worms. Yes, it was a humanoid slime face down. Meaning it took all 3 Worm Drakes, but Belladonna was able to get there with the humanoid worm slime. $2,200 attack means only 1 monster in Wallace's deck will get there. Can he draw? No, he does not have the Goblin attack force. He's really got to hope for it and hope that she isn't going to start drawing well. I guess 800 damage isn't that great, but... Goblin Recon Squad gonna get to do a little chip, tear a card out of the hand, and go to defense mode. As long as Belladonna doesn't draw a single monster, she's at least safe behind this Recon Squad. Or, he's safe. Back row here. Ichizure. Right. Can Wallace get? No. Unfortunately, here's where the AI will not be. You know, I was about to say you don't want to solemn whatever, but actually I think Starbolt is a great solemn. Which is very unfortunate. Now, what can he do here? Goblin can go to defense mode. Humanoid Worm Slime really able to keep Belladonna in the game. Wallace now with nothing. He needs Goblin attack force this turn. And that's it. Belladonna is going to get the 2-1 over Wallace here. Even after the Dark Hole, 22 is still greater than 13. Meaning Belladonna's winning ways continue. Alright. Belladonna taking it 2-1 over Wallace. Next up, Skylar versus Kagami. Skylar, a little creeped out from his opponent across from him, but that's okay. He's just here to play the game. Okay, opener here from Skylar. Kagami, however, immediately getting the Beastly Mirror Ritual, setting a couple face downs. And the Trap Hole on the Gazelle. Dark World Thorn, Silverfang, Baphomet all in hand, so at least Skylar has something okay to work with, but yeah, Fiend Reflection and Maju. The 2100 attack point Fiend's Mirror. And nothing to Trap Hole. Skylar needs a lot to go right to try and regain control of this. Polly a little late. But also Flower Wolf doesn't get there. It needs to be Chimera in order to overpower this mirror. There we go, this is Chimera. King of the Swamp and Baphomet. By 200, able to beat over the mirror. The Baphomet here, who unfortunately is a fiend and is not able to get the boost from Forest. And the TT. However, Kagami not comfortable in whatever monster they have, so choosing to set it. Pulling the Fiend Reflection number 2. Skylar just looking to pull anything here to get into the game. There are multiple Gazelles and King of the Swamps left in the deck. Maybe he can pull one. Yeah, just Dark Holing's probably, what, a job change mirror down there? Archfiend's mirror. 1100 from the Fiend Reflection. There it is again. The Safety MST popping the Light Imprisoning Mirror. Into Chimera. His biggest, baddest monster back on board. Skylar going for. This time the Gazelle. Only one Chimera left in extra deck, so that poly may not be amazing, but I guess we're gonna see. Tying with the Fiend Reflection. Wish Kagami had done that before. Would have got the 200 points of chip on Skylar. Wouldn't help that much, but there goes the Silverfang. Unfortunate for Kagami here is the Forest in hand. Plus the Fissure. attacks left before we end game 1. Job change mirror. What can Kagami even really pull here? Maybe that back row is gonna be enough? Not with the harpies, it's not. That's it. Does Kagami have any comeback? No. We are going to game 2. As Skylar's gonna be able to get in for exact lethal. Started very tight, but Skylar able to pull it back. The kid's got gusto. Can he keep it up? Is this Starkle Thorn's gonna be enough? No. Not with the fissure. Fiend Reflection getting in for 1300. And unfortunately, instead of the 1,000 Needles of Defense, the AI is going to put it into attack mode. I would have loved for it to just... I would have loved for Skylar to just set 1,000 Needles and pass there, but... Oh, apparently nothing beats 1200 in Kagami's hand right now. Into the Baphomet, who's going to search the Gazelle. Choosing to copy right there. Oh, this is going to be a huge King of Swamp as long as he doesn't use the Baphomet on board. Very nice. Going into Chimera, the Flying Mythical Beast. Maybe a good play would have been Crash Baphomet, Special Summon Gazelle, Gazelle run over and then go in, but that's kind of an advanced multi-step thing that I get the AI not seeing. Okay. Kagami, you've got one turn. Like it's it. Skylar with the 2-0 over Kagami. Nice job, kid. Skylar getting it 2-0 despite a good fight from Kagami. Meaning we're getting towards the end of today. Krim versus Mary. Let's do it. Krim versus Mary. Mary going for it, despite everything. Krim just enjoying himself. Such juicy harpies here. Mary with the fake trap. Still pops a Wasteland, but it's worth keeping the sarcophagus. Clown Zombie, which is just gonna come back, but... But the very patient TT there by Crim. Wiping everything out. And getting to Trap Hole Clown Zombie. Maybe it for Mary already. That was basically going to be everything she has. $2K from the powered up Karam. Maiden of the Moonlight, usually a good sign for Crim. Definitely still needs to put a monster on board for the kill. That's going to be it. Game 1 to Crim. Heading into Game 2. Mary bounce back. I mean, it's gonna be hard. Crim has enough little monsters that can compete with hers. Decent opening here. Which you don't care about as much if you're Mary, but you need the sarcophagus. TTing just a 900 attack point monster. I'm not sure it was worth it. I'm gonna be real with you there, Chief. Sarcophagus? No. Mary could really use one. Still no Sark. At least this is gonna get Crim's Harpies. Fake Trap protected the Sark one way or another. It's just up to Crim to get the rest of this pressure going. Alright, and nothing. Than a Maiden of the Moonlight to win here. Shining Angel. Okay, there we go. It's going to accelerate things greatly for Crim. At this point, I don't know if Mary's got the time for the sarcophagi. Yeah, definitely doesn't. Oh, is this Gabe? Is it short by 100? Short by 100. Yep, that's it. There's no single card in Mary's deck that stops 3 attacks, so Picrew getting in for the 2-0 over Mary. Quick 2-0. Crim takes it over Mary. Next in the parade of C names, Shat Calico versus Coriander. Second to last game of the video. Ninjas versus monks. Great opener here for Shat Calico. Coriander going into here. Goggle Golem. Alright. Not bad. Oh, his monster's getting absolutely massive. This will prevent battle destruction, but won't prevent the damage. Okay, Arm Ninja gonna be able to pop probably the Invigoration, I would assume. Ever no more follow-up monsters. Coriander needs to both pop the trap and, you know, commit more to the board. Another Invigoration. Forced to pop his own Dust Tornado. I mean, hypothetically, there's some sort of play you can get to with Yai here, but... Uh-oh. Into the White Ninja. Goggle, massive 2700. Meaning Shat only has really this turn to do something. Which, while that was cute, that is not gonna get him the game. And just like that, Coriander quickly taking game 1. The Rock Fighters, they're just good. This time, forcing Coriander to go first. Just a low impact hand here from Shat as well. Okay, I get the idea here. Hopefully baiting the Goggle Golem into the Gemini summon. There we go, it was still normal summoned, but loses Go-Go anyway. Who would have been great here, would have started getting hand rips. The Bluff Invigoration getting the MST. Rock Spirit Goggle Golem worked well for Coriander last game. Puts him way ahead on board. The Lady Ninja, the Fuma Shuriken. Gonna regain the board for Shat here, but, I mean, choosing just the swords, okay. Well, with how the AI plays, that, oh, I don't know what that was. Oh, that was really bad. That's just a play no one would make in real life. You would either wait out the swords or bounce the swords, instead of acting like you were gonna wait it out. I think this is gonna be it. I don't see how Coriander loses from here. So with that, Coriander getting the next 2-0 for Shat Calico in relatively easy fashion. Coriander taking it to the Thief. And our final match for round 4 and the video. It's gonna be Damon versus Coop. Hope everybody's been having fun. I'm excited to jump into the last game. Let's do it. Damon versus Coop. Does Damon ruin his chances here of getting to enact his plan against the streamer? Actually, pretty good opener here. As long as Coop doesn't really have anything. Unfortunately, that was basically the only thing. This right here is basically the only opener I think that could slow down Damon enough. Hornsaurus has 1800 defense, so there's always that. Getsufuma gonna get trap hold. Adding back the Infernal Dragon. Getting to shield crush the Hornsaurus. Coop getting in for another 15. Using for level 8. There goes Pog. Dark Hole, Fusion Recycling Plant. However, not. Playing the swords. This is actually going to matter so much. Damon had just played the swords there. A little late on that. Having used Exiled Force on a mystical clown, it's gotta hurt. But strangely, it was maybe the best play Damon had. Clean up the Reaction Clown. Really would have loved to just see the normal summon there, search Poly. Turns out to be the right call thanks to Crass Clown, which is even funnier. But I think with the Crass Clown now set up, it's just gonna bounce the Hornsaurus. Terra? I mean... if Damon draws a dragon here, maybe we'll be okay. However, not playing attack mode into these really sucks. Okay, hold on. Did run into it. Meaning Darkblade can go to attack mode. And never mind, it looks like this game 1 may be going to Coop. to the Picrew box. Can't even get past the Petin, thanks to the Waboku. Dream Clown popping Getsufuma. Just leaving the Kyptera. Running over the Dream Clown. Damon just not playing well. His head isn't in it, and he needs to get it together if he wants to enact his plan. At least that stops the Dream Clown. At this point, Picrew box plus stumbling, I think it's just too much. I think we're going to slowly see Coop take this game. It's going to take time. But I think we're going to start getting there. Unless Damon summons a monster, that's it. Oh, you know, even if he does, it just gets Dream Clowned. Looks like game one goes to Coop. Showing off all the clowns. Picrew box goes in. Off to game two. Damon visibly frustrated. Can he get it together? Okay, Reasoning could do some things. There are various levels in the deck. No stumbling, which is big. Going for level 6. Getting the level 5 Kiryu. Exiled Force just gonna stand as a 1,000 attack point wall. And there's the stumbling. Just going straight into the Hornsaurus. As long as that face down isn't some sort of Dream or Crass Clown, Damon should be okay here. There goes the Fusion Recycling Plant, but not the worst thing in the world. It does not appear that that is one of the more painful clowns. They're out the last of the PDs. So it could be a Soggy or Mystic Clown down there. Which leads me to believe you want to start attacking these new clowns. I think absolutely the right call on Damon's part. Now he just needs to get another monster. Dark Blade's good. Will he respond with the MST here? He will. One of the situations where MST negates. Alright. Big empty board here. Another stumbling, but already has 2 big monsters on board. Rhoda for another Dark Blade. Who, yeah, I think Damon's just in a great spot. Despite last game, Coop looks to be this back to the wall here. 400 life points left. That looks like it's it. Looks like we're going to game 3. Here we are, game 3, the last match of the day. Hope everyone's having fun. Super excited to finish this up. Let's go. Coop choosing to go first. I think very smart if he can get his stumbling. Not a good opener here. However, that means there's a Picrew box in worth of clowns in hand on top of everything else. Here it comes. Dream Clown, Crass Clown, into the Picrew box. It'll take a lot of work for Damon to overcome that. Hex Sealed is a great start. If you could just get either half of his fusion monsters, he should be okay. There we go. Pitch Dark Dragon. Becoming Darkblade the Dragon Knight. Which can be equipped with the fusion weapon. Getting 3 clowns out of the graveyard as well. A huge swing for Damon here. Go ahead and popping the stumbling too. Huge hikes. Soggy is gonna be able to take an attack, I guess. Darkblade the Dragon Knight with the fusion weapon. Such an overwhelming presence. We don't get to see Damon summon Dragon Knight very often. Calls level 8, gets the Getsu Fuma. And with that, now with an empty graveyard, Coop is 1 attack away from losing. Does he have anything left in the tank? I'm gonna go with no. I don't think he has anything that could stand up to the Getsu Fuma here. And that's it. Damon turning it around, taking the 2-1. Just a well fought duel. There we go. Damon with the reverse sweep. Keeping it going. And that is the end of round 4. I hope everyone had a great time. We have another set of matches to go next week that will determine our top 15 duelists to join Yuna for the chance to go to Worlds. I hope y'all had fun. I'm super excited to keep this going. As always, leave any comments, leave anything you want to talk about as we head to the end of the regional tournament and see who's going to make it and who falls to the wayside next time.